House will come to order. Please join Representative Soper in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Mr. Gregorio, please call the roll.
Representatives Amabile, Arndt, Representative Arndt. Representative Arndt is excused. Bacon, Baisley, Benavidez, Burnett, Representative Burnett. Representative Burnett is excused. Byrd, Bockenfeld, Bradfield, Caraveo, Carver, Catlin. Representative Catlin is excused. Cutter, Doherty, Duran, Escar, Exum, Representative Exum is excused. Froelich, Geithner, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Gray, Hanks, Herod, Representative Herod. Representative Herod is excused. Holtorf,
Shane, can you hear me?
Putin, Jackson,
I got a little message. I got a message that said that WebEx is frozen.
Representative Jackson.
Yeah, I think we can hear each other on WebEx, but we can't hear anything they're doing.
Oh, I was wondering why
Jackson
we are
is
so
excused.
late. I'm
Judah,
Oh, they've already done roll call. I checked with Robin.
Representative Judah,
Good morning, representatives. Yes, it did freeze up there. We're
Kennedy.
trying to reconnect to the room for you. I'm sorry for the difficulties this morning.
Larson,
I just thought they were late.
Montine,
This is a good group.
Luck, Lynch, McCluskey,
Here. Here.
McCormick, McKean, McLaughlin, Michael Sinjane. Representative Michael Sinjane. Mullica, Neville, Ortiz, Pelton, Pico, Ransom, Rich,
Here.
Ricks,
Present.
Roberts, Sandridge,
Here.
Sirota, Representative Sirota. Representative Sirota is excused. Snyder, Soper, Sullivan, Tipper, Representative Tipper is excused. Titone, Valdez A, Valdez D, Van Beber, Representative Van Beber. Representative Van Beber is excused. Van Winkle, Weissman, Will, Williams,
Here.
Woodrow, Woog, Young, and Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Negorio, Representative Exum is here. I didn't hear you earlier.
Representative Martin is present.
Michelson Janae, too.
Don't worry, members on the wall. Don't worry. With 60 present, 5 excused, we have a quorum. Representative Doherty.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Journal of Thursday, March 18th, 2021 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
You have heard the motion, members, that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. Aye. That was pretty good. All those opposed, no. No. It is Friday. Clearly the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. That brings us to announcements and introductions. Representative Neville, Ransom, Holtworth. And let me hold on one sec, Representative Neville. Members, please direct your attention to the wall. Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we have a tribute, and I would ask that it be read at length.
State of Colorado. The House of Representatives convened in the 73rd General Assembly hereby extends sincerest condolences and expressions of sympathy to the Lewis family on the passing of Representative Kimmy J. Lewis. The people of the state of Colorado have lost a dedicated public servant, an outstanding citizen. Our respected colleague, Kimmy J. Lewis, a member of the Colorado General Assembly, departed this life on December 6, 2019. Representative Lewis was born on March 19, 1957 in La Junta, Colorado, to Kenneth and Jewel Clark. In 1975, Representative Lewis married George David Lewis, her high school sweetheart. And in 1977, after her graduation from college, they moved to Branson, Colorado, and had 6 children. And in 1992, Representative Lewis and her husband purchased her family's ranch and operated it along with a cattle and feed hauling business. In 2016, Representative Lewis ran for and was elected to the State House of Representatives, where she served as the representative for House District 64 and was reelected to a second term in 2018. While serving as a state representative, Representative Lewis served on several committees, including Agriculture, Livestock, and Natural Resources, Public Health Care and Human Services, Transportation and Energy, Rural Affairs and Agriculture, and Transportation and Local Government, and sponsored bills on beef country of origin and private property rights. The members of the Colorado House of Representatives do hereby extend our deep and heartfelt sympathy to the members of her family and pay tribute to a woman who served her state well and faithfully, on request of Representatives Patrick Neville and Richard Holtorf, given this 19th day of March, 2021, State Capitol, Denver.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, the words courage and tenacity come to mind, but I would say that even that doesn't describe Kimmy Lewis. I think John Wayne himself would have been timid around Kimmy Lewis. Kimmy was such an incredible fighter, and it was amazing because everyone knew she was a fighter, but she didn't have that bravado or that braggadocious nature of her. She wasn't down here all the time, but when she did, we all listened. And man, did she have passion. And I was telling Keith earlier that if I had an ounce of her courage, I would be happy, because that lady was so courageous. I'll never forget when she called me up and she told me, Patrick, the cancer's back, and I might need your help a little bit, but don't you go telling anybody, because I don't want their pity. That was Kimmy Lewis. She didn't want any pity. She didn't want anyone feeling sorry for her. She was just a fighter. I mean, the true American spirit is what she embodied, and she brought so much to this legislature, and I'm personally incredibly thankful that our Lord put her around me. I think she influenced my life and how I operate quite a bit, and I thank him for having that opportunity to be around her. It was truly a gift from him. And I am comforted to know, I am completely and solid that I can believe and know that Kimmy was secure in her salvation, and that she's up there with the Lord, and we'll see her again in those pearly gates of heaven. So this is a tribute. We want to do a memorial at a later date where we can get the family on here and be on the floor and invite some other legislators back. But I thought it was appropriate that we do this on this day and not wait any longer. And without further ado, I'll let other representatives speak.
Thank you, Representative Neville. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Neville, for your leadership as a minority leader throughout the time that Kimmy Clark Lewis was serving in the Colorado State House. This day is Kimmy Clark Lewis's birthday, so I cannot think of a more fitting time to make tribute to her and her legacy. To our guests, Julie Sumter up in the gallery, Kimmy's oldest sister, I can only imagine the task you had growing up with trying to rein Kimmy in. To Keith and Serenity Lewis, Kimmy's oldest son and daughter-in-law, I thank you for what you have done, your leadership in carrying on the Kimmy Lewis and the Lewis Ranch legacy in southern Colorado, because I know how hard it is after the loss of your matriarch or your patriarch and your family to keep things going, because I have had to do that myself, and it is an onerous task. So I thank you for what you've done on her behalf and on behalf of Colorado ranchers all across the state of Colorado and in my House district. As we know, Kimmy was a daughter. She was a mother. She was a cattle rancher. She was a small business owner and operator. She was a staunch advocate for our rural way of life, our Western heritage. She was a defender of private property rights in Pinyon Canyon by the land grab of the Department of Defense and the U.S. Army, because she cared about the ranchers that were centuries, in some cases centuries old in Pinyon Canyon, from way back. And Representative Don Valdez knows that legacy, and others do too, because their families have been here for hundreds and hundreds of years. She was a fighter for justice in Colorado, especially during the conservation easement scandal that is still unresolved. And I'm going to talk to my colleagues today about a resolution for that is still pending in this Gold Dome. She was also a tenacious state legislator that everyone could look up to, including me. And she was my friend in Washington County because I knew her as a constituent. And she was genuine. She was sincere. She was honest. And she always would shoot straight, talk straight, and tell you exactly what you needed to hear, whether you liked it or not. So, Kimmy, may God keep you in heaven, protect what is important to you, your family here on earth, and may we honor her this special day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf. And members, let's welcome the Lewis family to the House chamber. Representative Hooten.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome, Lewis family. Now I'm getting emotional, so I just need a second. So Kimmy and I were in the same class together, and when we first met, we just could not be further apart politically, probably. I mean, she's, a rancher, and I'm from Boulder. And I guess I probably need to add much more to that. But we are the same age, and we became such dear, dear friends. She invited Representative McLaughlin and myself down to Muddy Valley. She wanted to show us really what the challenges are as a rancher facing the drought situation, the rural-urban divide. And so Representative McLaughlin and I had this great trip to Muddy Valley, and we went to the Mennonite Fall Festival, And we we saw tarantulas migrating across the road where we actually sat for quite a while in Kimmy's pickup truck. But we really learned a lot. We learned a lot about the challenges around conservation easements and what went down. And I agree with Representative Holtorf. That issue still needs to be resolved. We also learned about independent cattle producers. And it's something that Representative Neville and I tried to tackle last year, but it's a bigger, more complicated issue, and I don't know really how involved a Boulder representative should be in that discussion. But I did it for Kimmy, and I would do anything for her. And one of the things I learned when I was down there was that she was a music major, and she was a very accomplished pianist. Oh my goodness. When I saw the piano in the ranch, I was like, wow, this is gorgeous. And she's like, oh, absolutely. So I learned about that. And anyway, very talented person, incredibly passionate, very sincere. And it just felt like such a hole in the chamber after she passed. It did not feel the same for a long time. And I miss her today, and I thank you for being here. And I thank Representative Neville and Representative Holtorf for bringing this tribute forward to her. And I look forward to a time when your whole family can be here and we can celebrate her again. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hooten. Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some of you probably know that Kimmy and I had a couple special bonds with losing spouses, big families, and then the name. So we always had fun with that ever since she first came in after I was here. And when we had offices next to each other across the street, and then I lucked out and got an office here in the Capitol. So when she had her, when the cancer came back, I had actually gone to her and said, do you want to trade offices? Even though I was so excited to be finally in the Capitol, and of course now I'm not anymore, but when I was excited to be here in this building, but I wanted to give her the option because, of course, she was napping in Marilyn's office all the time, but we're back to what we heard at the beginning, the courage. She just, no, she was fine. She wanted to kind of keep her office, and even though she was being offered one right here in the building, she didn't want to displace me or anybody else. And honestly, we were on a committee together, local government. We worked together. Anyway, I'm not going to say too much. I'll save it for the memorial. I do want to thank her family for being here. I know my aide and Julie kind of hung out a few times just because, again, we had offices next to each other. And I will miss her forever. I know that, gosh, the year before, so it was after she had first gotten sick the second time, I had heard some little whispers that there might be she might have a primary coming up. So I called her to just kind of give her the little heads up, and she's going, bring it on. And I found out that she'd already had the diagnosis that it had come back, and that it had come back with fury. And her response was, bring it on. She wasn't going to let anything slow her down, stop her, or keep her from pursuing the mission that she came here to serve her constituents faithfully and her God faithfully. And anyway, thank you all for standing and for being part of this tribute. We will miss her forever.
Thank you, Representative Ransom. Representative Pilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I came here a little over 2 years ago, I was fortunate enough to be assigned a seat right next to Kimmy Lewis. I didn't know her from Sikkim before that, but I got to know her real well. Her favorite saying to me was, keep your powder dry. You never know when you're going to need it, but you are going to need it. And those words still stay with me today. I don't remember who my mentor was that first session, but she was my unofficial mentor. And if you wanted to change her mind about a bill or a position or something, you better pack your bags and bring your lunch. It probably still wasn't going to happen, but it was going to take a while. So I just truly cherished serving with her and miss her every day. So,
Thank you, Representative Pelton. Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rep. Gray, come here. All right. I will speak later about all the ways that Kimmy threaded into my life between Pat Bolander and between Corey and between Christine and all of these ways. But if you want to learn how to serve, you would have done well to sit in her office. Matt remembers this. So her first year, Kimmy was going to bring a bill about conservation easements. And it was actually not easements, that's right. It was about metro districts and rec districts. And she asked for the two of us to come and hear her out and hear how she wanted to present this bill in committee. I don't know if I've ever heard that much passion in my life. And she said, you know, they are out there and they're raising taxes on my people. And these people don't have a voice in this, and they're raising taxes on my people. And they're raising taxes on my people. And she started to cry. Yes. And she said, they can't do this. This is not right. And Matt and I sat in that office, and she got done, and she said, well, what do you think? We said, well, it might be a good idea not to cry in front of committee. That passion, that love, that ability to empathize more than anyone I've ever seen in this building for the pressures that were on the people of her district, because those pressures were on her. But she didn't put that in a little box and say, okay, that's just me, and I'm going to go down there and figure this out. She carried with her the love and the life of everyone she knew. I wish I could be like that.
Representative Gray.
I'll just say we passed that bill, by the way. that bill's a lot today. We worked on it and cooperated, and that was the first major experience I had with Rep. Lewis. And she yelled and she screamed, and I was the first person who yelled and screamed at me at the Capitol, by the way. She was very good at it. And then when we were done, we sat down and we hashed it out, and we're like, look, here's a way we can solve the problem you want to have. And we went and talked to stakeholders, and we got it done. But anyway, that bill's law right now, and it's part of her legacy. Her legacy is a lot bigger than that, but it was an amazing experience getting to serve with Representative Lewis.
Representative D. Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members, and to the family. It was an honor to serve with Representative Kimmy Lewis. I remember the first time I met her was in La Junta, and she wanted to know who I was and where I came from, and when she knew I was a Valdez, absolutely, she knew my whole family. You know, Kimmy came down here, and when she spoke with passion from her heart, whether it be the rattlesnakes, the coyotes, her first born calves, or her family. She was an amazing lady. Or when she talked about rule. When she said rule, rule, rule 3 times, you knew how rural it was getting. And I just want to say it's an honor. And my thoughts and prayers are with you. If there's anything that we can help or learn, please. Thank you.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kimmy Lewis's reach went beyond her district. When I ran for the State House, and I don't personally have an agriculture background, but a good portion of my district was agriculture. Grandfather had a farm, never lived on it, spent some time on it. But I called some of my ranchers in eastern Arapahoe and Adams County, and I said, you know, I need your input on this agriculture stuff because what I just explained to you. And they said, just stick close to Kimmy Lewis. Now, I knew Kimmy by name, but never knew her personally. So I came down here, and I'm walking in the hall, and she approaches me, and she says, I'm Kimmy Lewis. And she sticks out her hand. I said, I know who you are. My ranchers told me to stick close to you. And of course, she chuckled. And as you know, Representative Neville mentioned she was a very modest person until it came to politics. And every once in a while, she would walk over to me and she'd give me that smile and she goes, "Remember what your ranchers told you, Bockenfeld." And so that's my memory of Kimmy Lewis. And she was the first person to always reach out and try to help a new legislator that was struggling or having difficulty. And my prayers are with her.
Thank you, Representative Bockenfeld. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't planning on coming down, but it was actually the bill that the minority leader and Rep. Gray just spoke of that I remember too. That was one of my first Kimmy Lewis memories. It was my first year too. It was a relatively early bill. It was numbered below 1100, I think. And I remember reading it and thinking, this is a good bill. And, I've thought a lot about the role of special districts and metro districts, and we think of that as sort of a metro area phenomenon, and it is, but it was interesting to me to see a rural legislator bringing that bill and to read the text and to find myself very much in agreement with it, whatever backstory there might have been in, her office or Rep. Gray's office. I guess I didn't know. It didn't come to the committee that I sat on, but I came down here and I spoke in support of that bill. When it was up on second reading, it might have been the first time I did that for a bill sponsored by a member of the opposite party. But we talk a lot about the divide down here, and I think that's a good example of where, where there was a common interest. Rural, urban, DR, whatever, it didn't matter. It was just the right thing to do. And Rep. Lewis understood it was the right thing to do for her people, and ultimately we decided it was the right thing for everybody around the state, and I'm glad it is now law. I guess the only other thing I would say is, there are some people who come down to this spot and they command the chamber, is how I think about it. You may or may not agree with what's being said, but some people really command this spot, this well in this chamber, and she was definitely one of them. So thank you for doing this.
And I'll just add briefly one thanks to Representative Neville for bringing this tribute and Representative Holtorf. Kimmy fought for her district. She was courageous. She fought for her constituents. She was a rancher, but she loved being a mom first and foremost. She would pull me aside and say, "I don't care how busy you are. You get home, spend some time with those kids. That's the most important job you have." And she always did a great job of reminding me what was most important. Just wanted to make sure I shared that today, and thanks again for being here. Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for bringing this tribute today. Kimmy was like a lion. She was kind and loving, but certainly not to be trifled with. We have this hanging in our office, Patrick and I and Representative Williams. It's Kimmy's favorite things, and it reminds us, I think it's good to remind us all of the good things in life and the happy things. So I'll just read them briefly. Bull Holland rigs, nice ones. Cute fuzzy kittens. Good manners and Western courtesy. The feeling of being productive and accomplishment. Horses and cows. Flowers and grass for cows. Genuine, down-to-earth friends that are true friends, double underlined. Clean, organized surroundings, hating laundry, music. Early morning sunrises, the fall season, pumpkins and leaves, the color of yellow, the smell of cedars and pines after the rain or snow. Rain. A cool breeze on my face, and finally, number one, peace and quiet. Praise the Lord, because she knows the peace beyond all understanding now. I love Kimmy. I miss her greatly.
Thank you. Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we have this plaque with a Colorado flag that was hung above the Capitol that we'll present to the family along with the tributes. And I would also ask that we have a moment of silence in memory of Kimmy Lewis.
Moment of silence granted.
Thank you, members, and God bless Kimmy Lewis.
Thank you all very much. Further announcements and introductions? Representative Mobley. And Representative Pelton. And something just happened to the wall. Okay.
Do you want to go first?
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're down here today just to bring attention to IDD Awareness Day today. They're having a virtual meeting around the noon hour, so I'll hand it over to
Representative Mobley.
Hi. So this morning, or at noon today, Mental Health Colorado is sponsoring their Legislative Education and Advisory Day. And I used to be on the board of Mental Health Colorado. And this is very personal for me, as I have a son who has serious mental illness. And it has been the challenge of our lives, and it has impacted every aspect of our family. And I hope that some of you will, during the humdrum of second readings, break away maybe for a minute and tune in to hear about all the things that Mental Health Colorado is doing. Mental health isn't a political issue. It isn't a blue or a red issue, and it isn't an urban or a rural issue. It's an issue for all of us who care about what's happening to people with mental illness in our state, and I thank you for listening.
Thank you both. With that, that brings us to General Order's second reading of bills. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House now resolve itself to the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of general orders.
You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Kennedy will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion by the majority leader, and the coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1117.
House Bill 21-1117 by Representatives Lantin and Gonzalez Gutierrez, also Senators Gonzalez and Rodriguez, concerning the ability of local governments to promote the development of new affordable housing units pursuant to their existing authority to regulate land use within their territorial boundaries.
Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez, take your time.
You got it.
Representative Lantin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 211117. There is no committee report.
The bill. Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this bill amends the land use statute, and it separates this type of regulation from the separate rent control statute and definition. It is narrowly tailored to allow local governments the authority to promote affordable housing in their communities. Inclusionary zoning is purely optional. The state is not mandating local governments to make decisions that are right for their communities, and the bill allows that at least one other option should be provided to the developer other than building on site, such as cash, land donation, or other types. I'll just add additionally that allowing local governments to tailor affordable housing development to their needs is really important because economics conditions vary across Colorado communities, housing needs vary. Many cities have existing policies crafted to comply with the current law, and any new mandates would create conflicts. And I'll turn it over to my co-prime.
Representative Lantin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill has been something that I have been working on for several years now. And what we attempted to do, and I believe we have found, is to strike a balance that allows an opportunity for our local governments to take advantage of a tool that will help them increase the affordable housing stock for their communities. And when I mean affordable housing stock, we're talking workforce. We're talking about people who can't afford to live where they work, people who keep us healthy, people who keep us educated. These are the people we're talking about. But they can't afford the increase to the cost of living in our state has been detrimental to our working folks, and they can't afford to live where they work. And so this is a piece of the puzzle to help address that. I would hope that we have your support today. We did craft an amendment that brings the Colorado Realtors to neutral, and that is to, and I want to move Amendment L006.
The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Amendment 6 is just simply reinforcing that this does not constitute as rent control on existing rental units. And we just wanted to make sure that that was understood, and the realtors became neutral with this amendment. And I asked for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L6? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L6. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. We're back to the bill. Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we've done a great job explaining the bill. We ask for an aye vote on the bill.
Representative Van Winkle. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, let's see. Well, I thank the bill sponsors for the amendment. I think that helps clarify things, although I did think the original bill as written was for new developments or redevelopments. but I thank them nevertheless for the amendment to make that absolutely perfectly clear. I have an amendment of my own to try to put some constraints, some belts and suspenders around this, and so I will move L005 and ask for that to be displayed.
The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this amendment won't be a surprise to many of the people in the committee that we heard this bill in Transportation and Local Government Committee. What it does is it aims to put some guardrails in the bill to ensure that local governments bring a balanced approach when adopting an inclusionary zoning ordinance. Amendment L005 would limit local governments that choose to adopt an inclusionary zoning ordinance so that the ordinance cannot require more than 20% of units on a property or project be rent controlled, and that those units are not below 80% of the average monthly rent of the rest of the building. This would keep local governments from requiring, for example, that a builder build, say, half their units in a building and rent them out at a price that is half the price of the rest of the units in the facility. So I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Wantine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to state up front that I would ask for a no vote. The whole point of this bill is to allow for local control. Local governments are not forced to adopt this policy. They can adopt it if they believe it will help them, and they need the flexibility to set the different parameters that are best suited for their specific needs. And when you put in such specific parameters, that goes against the notion of local control, and I would ask for a no vote.
Thank you, Representative Wantine. Members, I am going to call a very brief recess. I just am looking at how this and the previous amendment both seem to amend page 3, line 13, and I want to just make absolutely sure that this isn't a settled question, so I'll take a brief recess and let's have a quick conference. The committee will come back to order. After reviewing the amendments side by side, we do not believe that this is a settled question, so we will proceed to voting on the amendment unless there is further discussion. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L5. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No! The noes have it and the amendment fails. We are back to the bill. Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for clarifying that. Well, now that we're to the bill, I guess I will just argue against the bill itself because I believe this is a gut punch to the middle class of renters in the state of Colorado, because what we're doing is we're saying that a certain percentage of a new apartment complex essentially can be a rent control section. So say 25% or 1 out of 4 of the apartments in this new building are going to be rent controlled. The problem is the total value of that property, of that builder and all the people that invested for roughly 10 years or so to get that building done, the total value, that's not going to change. So what's going to happen is, say if the rent's $1,000 for everyone in the building, this is going to lower the rent for, say, that 25% of the building, but the other 3/4 of the building is going to raise their rent. So what we're essentially doing is pushing out the middle class from big cities and big towns, and I understand completely the issue that the mountain towns are having right now, but in reality, this is a gut punch to the middle class because the middle class isn't going to be able to afford to live in an apartment complex anymore because it's going to be much like San Francisco. You think we'd look at San Francisco and New York and these other examples and try to learn from them. Instead, we're duplicating exactly what San Francisco did, which is drive the middle class completely out. Because if you want to have an apartment in one of these buildings going forward, you're either going to have to be wealthy enough to afford that dramatically increased rent that subsidizes the others, or poor enough to be and lucky enough, because there's probably going to be a lottery system or something for those reduced rent units, and there's going to be requirements in terms of how much money they make, things like that. So you either have to be wealthy enough to be able to subsidize the other side of the building, or poor enough to be and lucky enough to win the lottery essentially and get one of the reduced rent complexes that is subsidized by the rest of the building. And the middle class has nowhere to go. So I guess the middle class can come live in some place like beautiful Douglas County and Highlands Ranch. But the middle class is going to have a heck of a time finding affordable rent. This will dramatically decrease inventory. Inventory is the problem we're having today, and this just further will decrease inventory and thus increase rent. We heard repeatedly in committee that the problem we're having right now is the free market, because the free market allows for a renter to charge what the market wants to pay for something. Well, this interrupts the free market, and it does so in such a manner that, like I said, it's a big gut punch to the middle class and to people that are just trying to live, work, and play in towns like Denver, Greenwood Village, and others. So I urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1117 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Those in favor say aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to House Bill 1109.
House Bill 1109 by Representatives Titone and Soper concerning the Broadband Deployment Board and in connection therewith modifying the composition of the board, requiring the board to develop a request for proposal processes for deploying broadband into critically underserved areas in the state, and requiring the board to give additional consideration to proposed projects that would include discounted service for low-income households.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1109 in the Local Government Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Local Government Committee, we did a few things to the bill to clarify several things. We made some changes to the appointing authority of the people appointed to the board. We adjusted how speed tests are performed. We adjusted the application process. We also adjusted the amount of money going to the RFP process from 70 to 60%. Changed a few details on the mapping, and let's see what else. Also about how the board can handle federal funding, if available, going to the board for distribution. And I ask for an aye vote. I have an amendment to the committee report that I would like to offer, Amendment L009.
Rep. Titone, I appreciate the offer, but I would ask that you use the word move. Would you please move the amendment?
I move Amendment L009 to the Local Government Committee report.
Thank you, Representative Titone. The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is a clarification amendment. We just wanted to make sure we were fully making it clear in the committee what happened in the committee report. So we are changing a few things about how speed tests are performed, making them statistically representative. We're talking about specifically a rural council or mayor, and we are also talking about technology that applies to the FCC about the mapping section. So these are just clarifications on where the money goes after the RFP process is not used. I ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L9. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. We are back to the Transportation and Local Government Committee report. Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. In committee, we definitely made it clear that there were several key changes that we were making. One was from 16 members to 11 members, that we represent rural Colorado. That's why we just had this last amendment to make that very clear, that the council member or mayor be from rural Colorado, that we have a representative from the West Slope and the Eastern Plains on the board, who's a county commissioner. We have the board be bipartisan, and then members of the board will also be similar to the makeup as it is now, which is the membership being those individuals who represent the different technologies that can deliver broadband.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Is there further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Transportation and Local Government Committee report as amended. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report as amended passes. We are to the bill. Representative Titone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How many members here have broadband internet? Everybody does. Do you know how fast it is? And is it as fast as it should be?
No.
It's never as fast as it should be, right? These are pretty common issues, and especially in some rural areas where internet is more or less non-existent. The problem is that as many as 90,000 households in Colorado lack adequate internet access. And this takes a serious toll on each household member's ability to complete essential functions like education, work, healthcare appointments. Internet is essential to everyone's life. Can you imagine a life without internet today? I don't think you can. Imagine missing a midterm exam, an important work meeting, a telehealth appointment to discuss critical health conditions, or even once in a lifetime event, such as a live stream wedding of a loved one or a funeral. You need internet for all of those things. Imagine not being able to guarantee your ability to attend those events. This is a reality for tens of thousands of Coloradans, especially in rural areas. The divide is really here between the urban and rural areas, and this bill is going to work to fix that. You know, the FCC defines reliable internet speed as having a minimum download speed of 25 megabits per second. And those people in Colorado, there's 90,000 households that don't even have that. The Broadband Deployment Board is committed to dedicating resources to solving this issue through updates to the board structure, which we're doing here, which will allow those changes to become easier to do. And we know that this access is really important because the pandemic has really shown us how important internet is. And this is why this bill is here today, to increase that access, make sure we're getting it out to people in those rural areas.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I come from rural Colorado, representing Delta and Mesa counties. And one thing I can tell you is that broadband internet is definitely needed out west and in other rural communities throughout the state, whether on the Eastern Plains or throughout western Colorado. You would think a town like Delta that's at 10,000 people would have really fast internet, but I can tell you that on a good day, I'm just barely hitting 25 megabytes, which is really frustrating because that's like one of the biggest cities in my district, aside from Fruita, which is 14,000 people. And to realize that internet is, for our time, what electricity or running water or paved roads were for a different generation.
Excuse me, Representative Soper. Members, it's getting a little bit loud in here. Please keep it down. Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so internet is definitely in broadband internet because it needs to be fast enough to be able to actually be productive and do something. So for example, the Plateau Valley Health Clinic, which is technically a special district hospital in Colburn, they have internet. Some of you know it as dial-up internet. So if you have any imaging done and it's needing to be sent up to your clinic from Grand Junction to the Plateau Valley, which is a 45-minute drive to an hour, well, it's actually faster to go ahead and drive that image up on a CD rather than attempting to send it via the internet. One thing that I heard is that during the worst of the pandemic, when a lot of our school kids had to go online, no one could access the internet even to be able to check their emails from large parts of my district because the bandwidth was completely drained, because there's just not the capacity there. We definitely need to have, continue this thoughtful approach of how we're developing it, which is why we've engaged in the public-private partnership. This is an old model that we've used for, whether it's roads, water development, electricity, and now broadband internet. It's also important because more and more I'm finding that agriculture is using the internet over and over again. For example, I was in church the other week, and one of our members pulled out his phone and he was checking the temperature on his onion coolers. Pretty amazing that you can do that. Someone else was able to use the internet to be able to check to make sure their furrows are perfectly straight, which increases productivity, and even to measure the depth of those furrows. More farmers and ranchers are selling directly to consumers as well, and that's only because of the internet. And as rural Colorado continues to suffer economically, and we're struggling to get jobs to come out to my neck of the woods, internet has been what's brought people to our part of the state. Because more and more we've had individuals who've said, I may not be able to make a living in places like Delta or Colburn or Gateway, but I can definitely develop a career that's based online, and you bring money in from outside of our counties. Now that's real economic development for rural Colorado, and that's only available if you have fast enough internet to be able to be productive. Back to the bill. One thing that I really love about this bill is it has a carrot approach. So internet service providers, as they're developing out broadband, if they're going to access state dollars, have to provide what's called shape files. And currently the way we fund broadband is there are these large census tracts. And if one area in the census tract is deemed served, then the entire area is deemed served. But to have shape files, which gets it to be just a tiny clustering of homes or businesses, now all of a sudden we can better understand as policymakers, are we truly serving the places of Colorado that need broadband internet? The FEC is definitely going down the road of mandating this, so Colorado having the optional approach of if you're going to access funds, then share these files is definitely very important to know what we've served. And the mapping data will be used to determine which areas are critically unserved, meaning areas that just don't have anything. I mean, dial-up is the best you have. Representative Titone, continue.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, critically unserved is not a definition that's currently defined in the statute, and we are creating this new definition to allow us to really get to these folks who have very little. Critically unserved has a definition of half of the FCC speed for unserved, which is 25 megabits up, 3 megabits down. We chose to do it as half of that definition because if the definition changes with the FCC, if that increases, that speed will also increase according with that increase of the FCC. These critically unserved areas will be found by the maps. We're going to use the maps that the providers are going to give to OIT in the broadband office. They're going to review that data, identify the areas that are critically unserved, and then find an RFP process. The RFP process is a new part of what we're assigning to the board, and we're allowing up to 60% of the money from the Broadband Deployment Board to these RFP projects. The RFP projects are specifically for the critically unserved areas, And we're allowing up to that 60% because some of these are really challenging areas to serve. They are the most mountainous, the most remote, the most spread out, and we're allowing these to really get served through this RFP process. So we're going to give the companies that want to bid on these RFPs to serve those areas. And we have stakeholdered this with everyone, with the Broadband Deployment Board members, with the actual industry partners, the administrative offices. Everyone is in agreement on how we've structured this, and we believe that this is really going to make this money go out the door a lot quicker to serve these areas. A couple changes we made also with the board is that we're also giving tribal nations the ability to apply for grants, and we're making it so that way companies that provide low-cost options of internet get priority in their proposals. So if you're applying for a grant and you have a low-cost fund, then you're going to get higher priority in those grants. So we want to make sure that people can not only get internet, but they can actually afford it, because if you can get internet and you can't afford it, you still don't have internet, and that's a big problem. So I will stop there, Mr. Chair, and I will ask for a yes vote on this bill. This is going to change the way we do broadband internet, and it's going to get a lot of rural people internet, which is very necessary right now. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It looks like we have several people. I think Rep. Valdez was in the well first, but I wasn't clear if you wish to be recognized. Okay, and I don't have a preference on order. Rep. Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was the best filibuster I've seen in a long time, so thank you, bill sponsors. I appreciate that. I've got several issues. I know there's other people that want to speak on the bill and get questions answered, but essentially, one of the main issues I had with this bill is it changes broadband internet from a project that has foreseeable goals and end dates to one that has a never-ending, it gets put on autopilot, so it's literally never-ending. No matter what happens, no matter what speed of internet goes to Ray, Colorado, and the surrounding places, it will never be enough, and every year we'll need more taxpayer dollars to subsidize that than the year before. And this bill really just throws some gas on that and says it's going to go forever, and it becomes essentially, and it already has become, a business model that will need taxpayer support now forever. And so I was opposed to the bill for that reason and a few others, and I'll let others speak.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this somewhat hesitantly because I do support the idea of rural broadband. I want to put that one up front. My concern, and the reason I voted against this in committee, is because this is pursuing a technology which is increasingly becoming obsolete and overtaken by much more modern technology. The idea of using taxpayer funds to support broadband, when in fact there are other options for broadband becoming available even as we speak. Starlink is just as one example, a satellite-based technology available anywhere you want to go. I used to work communications problems. I used to put communications connectivity to some pretty challenging locations. This kind of technology is overcoming the current limitations, and my concern is we don't throw taxpayer money at something which is becoming superseded by more modern technology, and I urge a no vote with reluctance.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To that point, we asked about those new technologies in committees, and essentially the answer we got was, well, we're already in for a penny, so we need to be in for a pound. Essentially, we've already invested so much taxpayer money into the broadband technology that we actually can't even look at other technologies, and I think that's just absolutely wrong. So I do have a question for the bill sponsors, and that is, how much money has the state of Colorado already put into this rural broadband project?
Representative Satone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to point out that the money that comes into the Broadband Deployment Board is not taxpayer money. It's money that is levied by the providers through a fee on landline phones. It's not taxpayer dollars. It's fees paid on that, which has been paid for by a long time, for the service that was provided. So this is going back to the people who actually paid the fees. And that's why if you ask the industry people, that's why the industry people are the ones that are recipients of the money. It's not taxpayer dollars, it's just money that they're paying into this fund and then they're getting it back again.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the bill sponsor is correct. It's not a tax. It's a fee that is on all bills for phones. So no matter where you live in the state of Colorado, your bill for your phone has a slew of fees at the bottom of it. And if you were to look at those fees, you would be subsidizing the rural broadband. That's some money going towards it. But once again, I don't think I got my question answered, which is how much money has the state of Colorado, through this fee that all Coloradans pay, put into this project already? Because if we're at a point where we can't look at new technologies, that's a problem. But if we put, say, $1 billion so far into this project, and this bill puts us on a trajectory to forever increase that amount and forever be investing in that amount, so there's never an end date, then I'd just like to know how much the state of Colorado has already put into rural broadband, and what, I guess there is no end date, but is there even an opportunity to look at other technologies that this board could potentially put money towards?
Representative Holtorf. May I quickly also remind you that when you pass the podium, make sure to pass behind rather than in front of the podium while another member is speaking.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will remember that. I apologize and didn't mean to break protocol. Thank you for the kind reminder. So I have a couple questions for the bill sponsors, but I will tell you that when you invest in rural Colorado, I will tell you in this way and other ways, you get exponential returns. So the concept that has been presented that helps places like Campo, Holly, Otis, Crowley, allows for opportunity. As I understand it, the bill sponsors have said that this fund is already in place. Now, I think that the State House of Representatives is flexible enough to recognize if broadband is not the preferred technology, that will change. But I want to share an experience so we understand some things as we talk about technology. Because at Buffalo Springs Ranch, we have tried to be a diversified agricultural operation and been very progressive, working in multiple states in our business. And we have had satellite internet. And I will tell you, and I'm not going to name any companies, but when there's a hurricane in Florida, for some reason, the satellite internet in eastern Colorado doesn't work. How many people know that besides me? Yeah, there's a few. When there's an earthquake in California, the satellite internet for some reason doesn't work for a period of time in eastern Colorado. How many people know that besides me? So, when we invest in broadband, and I will tell you now more than ever in the COVID-19 environment with the hybrid educational model that we have, we need interconnectivity. We need computers to work. We need schools to be able to provide education in this hybrid model. And we need the architecture. And I think we're tens of millions of dollars behind on that investment. So the question I have for the bill sponsors are several. Number one, does this make up that gap in investment in broadband that we've been talking about for several years now? And what does it do for the far reaches of my district to reach out and invest in places like Campo that you could today, if you had this in place, And I have constituents that have asked for this, so I'm going to share a very specific model that could build and set up a small meat processing facility that could harvest and package those products and set up the ability to take internet online orders and ship that product all over the western United States and maybe the entire country. That builds small business, that builds economic success, and that builds up my small communities and makes us self-sufficient. So those are my questions for the bill sponsors. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Holtorf, for the questions. You know, it won't make up the gap because the fee that's on the landlines this last year was $12 million. That's not, that doesn't go very far to being able to make up the difference. Even if it's at a 50% match, I mean, that's only $24 million statewide. What this bill also does that's a vast improvement is if we get federal dollars that are earmarked for broadband, it goes directly to the board to be able to allocate, which is significant because that means that the people who are already looking at the entire state, the people who we've specifically said in this bill need to be from rural Colorado, from the Eastern Plains, from the Western Slope, people who represent small towns, rural towns, people who represent rural counties, and then the industry who can deliver the technology are on the board. So they're already looking at the whole state. So any federal dollars that comes through can go ahead and be added to this grant fund to then be able to push out. The shift that we have in this bill is up to 60% can go to request for proposals, which has never been done before. And I became familiar with this process when I served on a town council. We needed to replace some pipeline going up to our water treatment plant. And we said, we have $1 million that we're able to spend. And we said to all of the individuals or the contractors, excuse me, how much of this project could you do for $1 million? First bid could do half of it. Second bid could do 75%. Third bid came in and they're like, we could do the whole thing for $1 million. That's what you can get under this RFP process, is the ability for individuals to say, okay, there's still going to be a match. You still have to have private dollars involved. But in pursuing what's coming from the broadband grant fund, to go ahead and push that in and say, okay, we know that we want to go from, say, Highway 65 to Colburn. Now, that's a lot of miles that we're going to be covering there. But we can go out and say, okay, who could get the furthest for what amount of money that we have to invest in that project? And that's what really helps rural Colorado. I think I answered all your questions. If I skipped one, come back down and we'll hit on it.
Well, Representative Valdez, D.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsors for bringing this, because you're absolutely right. As during this pandemic, whether it be in La Jara, Capulina, Antonito, Romeo, Manassa, San Acacio, Chama, San Francisco, we need to make sure we have rural broadband throughout the state, in-house District 62, but also moving forward for the education, the economic development, entrepreneurship, and with that, you have my support on the bill. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1109? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1109 as amended. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to House Bill 1103.
House Bill 1103 by Representatives Cutter and McLaughlin, also Senators Pedersen and Quorum, concerning implementing the recommendations of the Media Literacy Advisory Committee in Elementary and Secondary Education created pursuant to House Bill 191110.
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move House Bill 1103.
To the bill.
My background is in communications, and because of this, I've always had a great deal of respect for the power of communications. I truly believe that good communications can change the world, but inaccurate, misleading communications can do the same. Social media use has exploded over the past 2 decades, and with that growth, it has become easier to post, share, go viral, and even to pretend to be credible news source. According to a 2018 Pew survey, 20% of all U.S. adults use social media sites as their primary news sources, and that percentage rises to 36% for adults who are 18 to 29. According to a Kaiser Family Foundation survey, children 8 to 18 spend an average of 7 hours and 38 minutes per day. 7 hours and 38 minutes per day on entertainment media, increasing to 10 hours and 45 minutes if you include media multitasking. Who does that? Anybody? Media multitasking? This increasing usage, combined with the 24-hour news cycle, further incentivizes bombastic coverage of events, where media companies are encouraged to sensationalize the news in a constant effort to improve ratings and chase clicks. This growth has coincided with decreased readership and funding for traditional media institutions and the robust fact-checking standards, years of editorial experience, accountability, and layers of filter that they provide. And there are deliberate attempts to mislead and divide us via media. Earlier this week, the Director of National Intelligence and the National Intelligence Council and the Federal Bureau of Investigation and Department of Homeland Security released reports outlining how foreign adversaries meddled in the election. Russia and Iran were found to have spread disinformation about the electoral process, particularly in regard to fraud, mail voting, and results, to decrease America's confidence in the system. And Iran spread deliberate disinformation to hurt President Trump. Do we want foreign adversaries to be able to influence us and divide us? In this changing media landscape, the burden of evaluating the validity of information is shifting from media outlets to the individual. In order to keep up with these changes, we need to ensure that our students are taught how to access, analyze, and evaluate media in all its forms. This is what media literacy does. This bill incorporates media literacy education into reading, writing, and civic standards the next time those subjects are up to review. It incorporates the recommendations of the committee and creates a repository media literacy education resource for schools and districts to use when implementing the new education standards, simply to make it easy for teachers to have access. These standards are already revised regularly by CDE through a process that involves public feedback at multiple steps. Debate and disagreement are a healthy and necessary part of democracy, but wouldn't it be wonderful if we weren't arguing over the facts, but instead we're debating the solutions? Barbara.
Representative Carver.
Oh, Barbara.
Oh, I'm sorry, Representative McLaughlin.
Okay. We're stuck on the wall up here, so here we are. Thank you very much.
Hold one moment, Representative McLaughlin. We're having a volume issue here. Is there a way we could turn up the volume from the remote participants?
Should I yell?
Okay, I think we've done everything we could do. Representative McLaughlin, please proceed.
Okay.
And members,
I will
please
use my teacher
be
voice.
especially quiet when remote members are speaking because it's a little bit hard to hear.
Thank you. I'll try to use my teacher voice here, okay? When district standards are evaluated every few years, this bill asks that media literacy be incorporated into those standards. Do not be afraid of the term media literacy. It is not just literacy, that is reading and writing. It's also understanding what you are reading and writing, and that's a really big deal. And that's why our media that's in everybody's lives constantly needs to be understood. I want our students to be able to think critically and analyze what they are reading and seeing. And I want to have healthy debate, but I want our students and their parents, I hope, to start using facts instead of opinion to debate this. Representative Carter's bill from 2 years ago has provided the resources, the background information, and the strategies for our teachers and our educators to use. They're going to have a wide variety of tactics that they use in their classrooms at their choice. So I strongly support this bill, and I hope I can get a yes vote from all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I move amendment L015 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment is before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an amendment that I offered when we were debating this bill earlier. Currently, the Media Literacy Advisory Committee, which was created in prior law by Bill ran and signed into law by Representative Cutter. This advisory committee was to provide advice to the State Board of Education on media literacy. That is in current law right now. Hence the term advisory committee. Unfortunately, what HB 1103 does on page 3 is it turns these recommendations by the advisory committee into directives to the State Board of Education that they must adopt standards consistent with, substantially consistent with, what the advisory committee has put forth in their recommendations. So this really changes the advisory committee to an entirely different role than what was contemplated in determining the actual curriculum on media literacy. My amendment, L015, would strike that language from the bill that requires the State Board of Education that they are mandated to make their curriculum decisions on media literacy consistent with what the advisory committee is saying. And so it strikes that language but retains the current role of the advisory committee in making recommendations. And with that, I ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a real smart bill, and it's a good compromise, I believe, for all of us being able to get behind the idea of let's having our students aware, have critical thinking as is proposed, as purported by the intent of this bill, but it removes that portion where it's going to be controlled, the material itself controlled by a small group of people, which would be attractive to anyone who is able to control the membership of that committee. But as life moves on, that control shifts from party to party, from philosophy to philosophy, and we need to not have ourselves in a position where the government is pressing a philosophy onto the student body. Therefore, an amendment like this takes that away and says, let's move forward with the media literacy requirements without saying, and let's look to this one small group of folk. I'll also add that all of us will watch the media of our choice that reflects our general values. That's just human nature. So one folk might watch CNN and think Fox News is all messed up, and folks might watch One America News and think that CNN is all messed up. Let's not have a single point of view being pressed into what ends up being taught in our public schools. That's not the concept of public schools, to be pressing a particular philosophy. So I highly recommend that we vote yes on this very reasonable amendment. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The one question I have for the bill sponsors on this bill, having served on advisory committees before, is how do you take a role for an advisory committee and then turn it into a mandatory activity? I struggle with that, and I do understand. And I don't know if this is the right amendment. I think it tries to cross the bridge, and I think that's a bridge that needs to be crossed. Because, in fact, anything that is in an advisory capacity, Media Literacy Advisory Committee. Media Literacy Advisory Committee. By its definition means it has an advisory role, and there's no mandate or mandatory anything. Now, I'm a country boy, and country boys tell stories. When I served on the advisory board for the Akron Future Farmers of America, I was on an advisory committee. We make recommendations to the vocational agriculture program, which the Future Farmers of America is embodied in the vocational agricultural program in most rural schools, but not all. But as we made recommendations to the school faculty, there was in no way any premise or any implication that anything we said was to be mandatory. So, I need the bill sponsors to help me understand how this thing comes off the rails when we talk about the role of an advisory committee. How does it come off the rails when now something that is supposed to be advisory now becomes mandatory? And I don't know if the word shall, for the attorneys in the room, I might need some help. Does the word shall cause this mandatory criteria? Or is it some other language in the bill? Because really, anything that this committee comes up with, and granted, anything could be in this resource bank for the youth of the state. And I don't have a problem with that if it's a recommendation. If it is the state saying we have this material, school boards and school districts, this is available to you, that helped shape the direction we go, and there still remains local control. And this media advisory committee that builds this online resource bank is like a library that you can walk in and check out a book if you want, but if that's not the book you want, you don't have to check it out. If you're looking for a different book, you can go and get that other book as a school district or school board. So I hearken back to the days I served on that advisory committee, and there was never a time as we served with the best of intentions to guide those young students in vocational agriculture that we didn't tell the teacher, the superintendent, any faculty members, as we made advisory recommendations on a program, that this in any way was a shall or a must or had any mandatory requirement at all. That seems excessive and onerous to me. And I need the bill sponsors to explain this as we move forward. And if this amendment doesn't solve the problem that I speak of, then I really would request that we find an amendment right here in second reading that addresses the matter and addresses the issue. And it's not good enough to say, well, you weren't in committee, you missed your chance. You should have brought that forward earlier. No, I wasn't in the Education Committee. I'm not serving on that committee. And maybe amendments were brought forth in committee that were rejected. And if so, I want to know why they were rejected if this continues to be a problem. So that's another question. But here's another issue I have with the bill sponsor in her original monologue. In this day and age, we are talking about the national security of a country, and we are talking about intrusions by foreign operatives or agents in the national media and social media. And we are talking about those intrusions that are federal issues. We have a much larger problem in this country, and what are we doing at the federal level to solve those? It's not a state issue. It's a federal issue. It belongs in the State Department. It belongs in the executive branch. It belongs in the NSA. And it belongs in the Counterterrorism Task Force at the federal level, none of which reside in the state of Colorado, nor should they. So I have real concern in the monologue when we're talking about that. I also have another huge issue with this, because we don't even let kids be kids anymore.
Representative Holtorf, please make sure this is to the amendment.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment here, if it addresses the advisory issue, then this is an amendment that we need to adopt. If it doesn't, let's get the amendment forth that solves the issue. But let's focus on kids. Those are minors under 18 years of age, still in probably some type of school program. I'd say secondary education that focuses on their learning as kids and not promote, adopt, or pursue adult themes that has no place, in my humble opinion, at that level. If we want to try to help our kids grow up too early, then that's a problem. If we want to help mental health with our kids because we try to help them grow up too early, we might be causing more teen suicide rates because of that challenge. So, this amendment right here, if this solves the problem, then let's consider the amendment. If it doesn't solve the problem, then I want to see the amendment that keeps this wholly in an advisory capacity, where it belongs. So I yield back to the bill sponsors to answer those questions at this time that I propose.
Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I rise in support of L015 as well. And I think it brings up a good point. We had a one-time committee that met, and as far as I understand, unless someone can correct me, I think the committee is no longer a committee. I think it's gone. Correct? It was a one-time. So what we've done is we've essentially stood up a committee that made a series of recommendations, generated a report, disbanded the committee, and now we're adopting standards off of a committee's list of recommendations. I think that really does beg the question, are we even really taking this seriously? It seems static. And so I think the amendment offers value in the sense that let's not tie it to the standard. Certainly there's a way that maybe the recommendations can be utilized, but if we're going to take just a one-time recommendation and turn that into a standard, I think that's I don't think that that's very well thought out. So I think L015 actually does a great job of trying to bring us back to, hey, let's take the advisements as advisements, and where they could be useful in education, perhaps we can continue to look at those as advisements instead of creating them into a standard. So members, I urge support for L015.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, there's some interesting history surrounding how school curriculum is determined in this country. And if you look at a number of the constitutions, state constitutions, as well as some of the discussion when public schools were first set up in the United States, concern about government dictating curriculum. And we've certainly seen how throughout history governments have utilized to some degree, lesser degree, the curriculum that is taught. There was an effort in this country to separate deciding curriculum from the elected political branches, if you will. The way Colorado did that is they set up a state board of education, which is still elected, but it was a separate body to determine state standards, with the local school districts still to decide specific curriculum. So the state board sets standards. That's their job. But they're elected officials that are still accountable to the citizens. What is this bill doing with this provision? It is letting a non-elected board, a board of political appointees, which always increases certain dynamics regardless of which party is in power. That's not the point. You are now turning an advisory committee of political appointees saying that their recommendations on state standards are now mandated. This is not the road we want to go down. I didn't support the earlier bill setting up the Media Literacy Advisory Committee. I didn't support that bill. But at that point, it was an advisory committee, and we have advisory committees on a whole range of things that government agencies are to take into account in determining regulations, in this case, education standards. But to now carve out in this particular area the discretion of the State Board of Education in determining standards and saying it will be as specified by this advisory committee, I think is not a path we should go down. So for that reason, I urge an aye vote on the amendment.
Representative Holtorf.
Mr. Chairman, I earlier asked some questions and I still have yet to hear an answer. So once again, I'm going to ask the bill sponsors to address the questions that I've asked. I don't think it's fair for them not to consider the questions as sincere questions, and for them not to step up and answer those questions, I think is not fair in the process that we have here in the chamber. So I really want to know, does the advisory role transcend to something other than advisory, and does it become mandatory? That's a real question. And then, what is the role within the school districts charter schools, institute charter schools, Board of Cooperative Services, and then does this, or how does this amendment address those issues? And if not, is there another amendment that could be forthcoming that would resolve the question? So,
Representative Holtorf, it looks like one of the bill sponsors is ready to answer your questions if you'd like. Representative
Thank you, Mr.
McLaughlin.
Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And by the way, I am ready, but I was trying to be polite and let you all speak first. So I have been ready to answer your question for a while here. This advisory committee, you are right, it is called an advisory committee, and they gave their suggestions to CDE. CDE has put them all into a nice little bundle, and you can look at those anytime you want to. But because we have local control, educators get to decide what they want to use. No one is telling them they have to use these materials, but...
Excuse me, Representative McLaughlin. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I know it's not conventionally loud in here, but when we're trying to listen to someone remote, it really is difficult to hear, so please take any side conversations off the floor if you're not listening to Representative McLaughlin. Sorry, Rep. McLaughlin, please proceed.
That's okay. Would you please tell them they should be listening to me? Thank you. So I'm trying to use my teacher voice, but I don't know what goes on here. Anyway, this is not a curriculum that we are assigning people. This is, teachers have the opportunity to use this material or not. It all depends on their classes. It depends on their districts. It depends on what they're doing with it. This is just to help them and to guide them. We are not telling anyone they have to use this. So I think all of you who are saying we're designing curriculum are incorrect. This is local choice. The advisory committee got together. They worked at great length to put this material together. The Department of Education simply put it up online for teachers to use. So please do not think any of this is mandatory to teach. Don't forget local control, and that's what this is all about. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McLaughlin, and thank you, members, for helping us here, Rep. McLaughlin. Representative Holtorf.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative McLaughlin. I think you, from your part of the state, and I from my part of the state, albeit completely on the other side of the state, share very many commonalities. And those commonalities are that those school districts and those school boards do in fact want local control. I am going to ask one more question of you. Please help me, I know. But I think people need to hear your voice today. I know it's very important as a former teacher. But does this amendment that's being presented, does that address those concerns, or is there another amendment? And I understand there may be an amendment that's being brought forth. I don't know, but can you talk to the amendment somewhat so I can get a better understanding of how we move forward?
Representative McLaughlin.
Yes, I think Representative Carter, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Holtorf is working on something right now, so I would like to hand that question over to her. Thanks.
Just to repeat, in case folks didn't hear, Representative Holtorf was asking for details on what the amendment does, and we wondered if you wanted to speak to that, Representative Carver.
Well, what my amendment does is strike the language on page 3 that would impose a mandate that the curriculum decisions in this, or the standards, have to reflect what the committee has submitted, regardless of the substance. So, but I think that we have a way forward on this to ensure that consideration, serious consideration, is given to the recommendations of the Media Literacy Committee, and I will defer any other statements to the bill sponsor.
Representative McLaughlin, I'm not sure if you're asking to be recognized. Representative McLaughlin.
No, I'm not. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think Representative Cutter is going to be, is doing a little bit of wordsmithing over there.
Okay, thank you. And also, I appreciate you calling me speaker, but I am in fact just the chair.
Okay, well.
Representative Hanks.
Apologize for that. Representative Kennedy, so, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask a follow-up to Rep. McLaughlin, if I could, with regard to her response to Rep. Holtorf. You made the comment, Representative McLaughlin, it is not a curriculum, but in my estimation, it is an encyclopedic compendium. And when I went through school, nobody assigned us an encyclopedia, but we used them to complete assignments. Would you not assume that this library that we're building would be used by students regardless of the bias that may or may not be found within it? Thank you.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. See how quickly I learn? I think it's wonderful that you're comparing this to an encyclopedia. I really appreciate, because encyclopedias are based on fact and research. And so I would absolutely agree with you that this is like an encyclopedia. And if teachers want to use it, they are certainly welcome to. Maybe the first year, the first semester, the first time they start looking at how to incorporate this into their curriculum, people who are looking at the standards will say, oh, this looks pretty good, or I don't like this. But it is absolutely their choice. It just gives them something. I'll kind of go back a second. I'm an English teacher, and my students would write their first draft, and then the best writing came when they got to edit it, but they had to have something to edit. People can edit this. They can look at this material and go, oh, well, I like this, but I don't like this. They do not have to use it all, but it's a starting point.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Rep. McLaughlin, for the response. Interesting about the encyclopedia being based on fact. It is, unless you're in some locations such as Romania, where Nicolae Ceausescu wrote every book that was in the library. Typewriters were registered, and the facts were what Nicolae Ceausescu said. So I question, how do we know encyclopedias are fact-based here? Whose facts are we using, and who's banking the facts in this little library? Thank you.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I support this amendment. I mean, one of the biggest problems we have with this bill, I think, is we are really abdicating our role and responsibility. And not only that, I think even worse than that, we are actually taking away the people's ability to petition their government through this bill. If you take a look at how this was formed, there are serious issues. When we voted on the original bill that brought this and formed the original committee, that committee gave the authority to another appointed person to make other appointments to develop this curriculum through that committee. So it's not like we just even gave the authority to a person we appointed. We gave it the authority to the Commissioner of Education, who is appointed by a different body, who then appoints a different body to come up with this curriculum. Where do the people go for recourse? Where do the people go so they can actually say, I don't like what's in this curriculum, I don't like what the committee did? There's no elected official that has to answer to them. It's an appointment by an appointment. It's absolutely goes against our Republican form of government, our democratic form of government. The people have no way to actually petition their government and change it. And so this amendment gets rid of the fact that in the last section of the amendment gets rid of those lines, and I think brings the bill to a somewhat better place slightly, but that's the main crux of the problem. The people have no say in this process whatsoever. We are taking that away from them.
Representative Carver.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw Amendment L015 and instead move Amendment L018 and ask that it be displayed.
Your request to withdraw the previous amendment is so ordered, and Amendment L18 is now properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L018 simply says, changes the language of the sentence on 4 to make it clear that the State Board is to give due consideration to the recommendations of the Media Literacy Advisory Committee. And I think this is more appropriate, the State Board to consider those recommendations, but it is their job as elected officials to determine the standards in this area, and so I ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much, Representative Carver, for negotiating in good faith on that. We're totally fine with the amendment and urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L18? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L18. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is passed. We are back to the bill. Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I come up to speak I'm still opposed to the bill. I think the amendment is a good way ahead because it definitely doesn't tie or require our State Board of Education to do anything other than to give some due consideration. But there still needs to be the addition of the public's voice to this. I think that there might be something that we're going to look at. I don't know if we could stand in a brief recess, Mr. Chair, and have time to consider that. So that would be my request. We can go to a brief recess.
We will stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Is there someone who would like to speak? Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Likewise.
I would like to submit Amendment L016.
Thank you, Representative Lynch. Please phrase it as I move Amendment L16.
I move Amendment L016.
Very good. It is properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there's a bunch of issues that we have with this bill, if you can't tell at this point, but I would like to keep government as in control of the people as we can. This bill, or this amendment does just that. And it basically makes this not mandatory and lets the local control. I'm especially concerned about charter schools that might feel compelled to have to use this database, and we would prefer that they have the ability to, be in control of their own destiny. This amendment does this, and I apologize I wasn't able to talk with the sponsors before I floated this, but basically it says, notwithstanding any law or contrary, a school district, charter school, institute, charter school, or board of cooperative services is not required to adopt or implement any material resource from this resource bank in its curriculum. This does not take the heart out of this. It still allows for this data to reside, but it doesn't make it mandatory for the local control, the local charter schools, of which my kids go to a charter school. And that's by choice, and we want them to get the information that comes from that school and from the guidance of their parents, instead of this being something that's imposed on this. All this doesn't gut it. It just allows for there to be the choice. So we're allowing the freedom of schools to actually make this decision.
Thank you, Representative Lynch. And just briefly before I recognize the next member to speak, I see an old friend and colleague up here. Representative Ken Summers is in the gallery. Hello, Representative Summers. Good to see you. Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. I think the verbiage on it helps, and specifically on line 4 where it says, or Board of Cooperative Services is not required to adopt or implement any material or resource from the resource bank. That is a major problem in my estimation with this bill. When you start right at the beginning, it says Coloradans, it requires that Coloradans possess the ability to understand context and think critically about the information they are presented. I don't really know that presenting information is a government's responsibility, and this bill, or this amendment to this bill, at least helps kind of delineate the lines between it, so I rise in support.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too rise in support of this particular amendment. I don't know how many of you all have faced your school boards on different issues, or found yourself in a circuitous route between one government entity and another government entity that constantly refers you around. Parents can, yes, go to their school boards at present, and they can say, I object to particular curriculum, I object to particular resource or something that is going on in the classroom. And I have heard from a number of parents who have then said that the school board's response is, well, these documents or these standards or these things, this curriculum is mandated by the state, and so therefore our hands are tied. By allowing for this amendment, we don't tie the hands of the local school districts. We don't allow for the parents to receive that particular argument when they object to some form of the curriculum, the resources that are presented within this set of standards and within this bill. I want to make sure that our parents have the ability to really speak into what their students, their children are learning, as well as to give academic freedom to both the school districts and the teachers so that they can determine what resources, without feeling compelled, even whether they are being compelled, without feeling compelled, fully releasing them to make their own decisions as to what to present in these classes on these important topics. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L16? Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. I think it's very critical. It is what is in the resource bank that causes an awful lot of us to have heartburn, and have the ability to not have that mandated, to ensure that it will not be mandated, is critical for any of us to really accept this. I'll have more to talk about that resource bank later, but this is a critical amendment.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L16? Seeing none, the question before. Oh, I apologize. Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I say no to this amendment. It is never in there anyway that this is mandatory for teachers to use, so I think it's repetitive, and we don't like extra government, so there's a piece you can take out right there. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L16. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no?
No!
The noes have it, and the amendment fails. Representative Hanks, we're back to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill kind of gives me a Rod Serling moment here. It puts a little bit of fear in the pit of my stomach. This is a gross intrusion on the First Amendment. The beauty of the intrusions on the Second Amendment is, in large measure, people can ignore the laws that are imposed. On this one, these rules and this is being imposed on our children. This reminds me very much of the Ministry of Truth and Information from George Orwell, and the slow reduction by the government of information and the diversion of truth to what the government wants it to be. And ultimately, they bring it down to they change the language. And so, using Orwellian language, I would call this, from 1984, I would call this a double plus ungood bill. And to that end, I would ask to move Amendment L013 and ask that it be properly displayed. Thank you.
While it's being displayed, Representative Hanks, can you tell us if we're currently at war with East Asia or Eurasia? Just kidding. The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. All I heard was Asia. I didn't hear which. My hearing isn't what it used to be.
Sorry, Rep. Hanks. I was trying to riff on your 1984 jokes, but that's okay.
Okay.
We'll get back to the bill.
Now I get it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment takes out the Orwellian elements of it and simply declares freedom of speech is a right that must not be infringed. I think we're infringing on it here. I ask for your support on this amendment. You want to talk to it?
Representative Hanks, I'm going to take a quick moment so we can assess whether we think this fits under the bill. We'll stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. It's my ruling that this amendment does not fit under the title of the bill. We are back to the bill. Representative Woog.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to touch on page 4, lines 4 through 7. The knowledge and skills relating to media literacy must be substantially consistent with recommendations made by the Media Literacy Advisory Committee's report. And as mentioned, the report says we need to use fact checkers. So I just want to know who's going to keep these fact checkers honest. So in the past, fact checkers tended to focus mainly on debunking urban myths or clearly false claims made by political leaders. But lately, fact checkers have appointed themselves as referees of the credibility of news outlets. And now giant tech companies like Google and Facebook have enlisted these experts to weed out fake news. If a fact-checking outfit deems a story not entirely true, for example, Facebook can limit its reach on its newsfeed. Google now includes a fact-check box on its main search results page to help people make more informed judgments. The problem is that fact-checkers themselves can be unreliable sources for what's true or not. Fact-checkers make their own mistakes. They sometimes change ratings based on new information, or they make determinations based on arbitrary standards that can change from one review to the next. Fact-checkers also often check opinions rather than factual claims, even though two people can form diametrically opposed opinions based on the same facts. Worse, many media fact-checks use other media sources to check facts. In the end, the best way to judge the veracity of claims being tossed around is to become better informed about the issues, not contract out that job to people who aren't necessarily qualified to do it for you.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think most of you know that I used to teach high school, so this bill actually has important information, and I really appreciate hearing Representative McLaughlin, the sponsor's ideas and some of what she's been saying about teaching children, and especially high schoolers, because I know that I taught high schoolers, and I do want all kids to be critical thinkers. That being said, who decides what is real and what is true? We just heard the article about fact checkers. I think that is a very important component that we need to really be careful of passing down to the local school districts. We all know that local control is how our school districts are run. Anytime I receive emails from constituents asking me to change something our local school districts are doing, I literally have had people email me and ask me, my student has too many hours on the iPad in school, or please reopen the schools, or my high school student has to be at school too early. I always have to refer, not have to, I get to refer those questions to our locally elected school board, because they are the locally elected board that should be making these decisions, including these types of curriculum decisions. So with that, when I was reading the bill, I got to the very end of the bill, and those of you that have been here before this session knows that this has always been something I look at in bills, and that's those last 3 lines. The safety clause. The General Assembly hereby finds, determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. Now, there are many times that this clause is appropriate, necessary, and we need to have it in place on our bills. I have run bills with the safety clause. However, this is about teaching kids. This is about curriculum changes. This is about giving information to school boards that are already making curriculum decisions. And honestly, folks, this clause is not necessary on this type of bill. And so with that, I move L017 and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. So, folks, this is what I'm talking about. It's a simple change. Do I think that the citizens of Colorado will gather signatures and actually add this to the ballot? Frankly, I don't. That being said, this is what our Constitution says. This is what we should be having as the default on really all of our bills. This should be the default, not the safety clause. We should make sure that the citizens of our state have the opportunity to come in and tell us what they want us to be doing. Remember, they're our bosses. We serve the public, not boss around the public. It really is our job to be servant leaders, not just bosses. So I honestly think that having a petition clause would be far more appropriate on this bill. It just gives the citizens a chance. It gives them the opportunity to come back and let us know what they think. Whether they choose to do so or not is up to them, but I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a reasonable ask. Some of you may be confused why there's so much opposition to this, and this takes the weight off of you by allowing constituents and allowing the people of this state to actually weigh in on this. I would encourage taking this amendment pretty serious, and I would urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Van Beber.
I also would like to encourage a yes vote on this amendment. We work at the leisure of our constituents. We work at their pleasure. And since we are in that role, and that's what we were elected to do, it is only the right thing that we allow our constituents to have a voice in how this moves forward.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Time out while I put the, whatever we want to call this little hooded thing on here. I rise in support of Amendment L017 as well. We provide a lot of lip service to inclusiveness and use a lot of phraseology, and to quote kind of the hackneyed cliche of the Washington Post, democracy dies in the darkness. This offers people a chance to talk, and isn't dialogue an important thing to have among people with differing opinions? And in fact, I would suggest that in order to determine what the facts are, we have to have a dialogue. Anybody coming to a decision on their own, what facts are, is subject to error. So this allows people to see this bill, if implemented into law, gives them a chance to evaluate it, talk about it, vote on it. And that seems like a true form of government that we ought to be upheld to. So I ask for your support on Amendment L017. Thank you.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that you want to have more debate on this, which is fine. However, standards are being worked on right now, and media literacy is being woven into those standards. So we do not want these educators to be doing all the work to get the standards ready and then have to change something. So let's be respectful of the people who are doing the hard work on getting our standards redone. They do them every few years, and we want to weave this into them. So I recommend a no on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative McLaughlin, for stating exactly what we think the problem is. As you just heard, the standards are being formulated right now, the standards that school districts are going to have to adopt in order to come into compliance with this, yet the people haven't had a say. This was done, this committee was formed by giving the authority to an appointed person to appoint more people to develop this curriculum. Where were the people in the process? Where do they go for their recourse when they say, I don't like these standards? They have none. The amendment itself actually gives the people some recourse if they want to. We're not saying that it may even happen, but it actually gives them a recourse to petition against this. If you truly believe that people have a role in this place and that the power belongs to the people, then we should be adopting this amendment. But what we just heard is, no, standards are already being done, they're already being developed, and we know that what standards lead to is taking away local control from those local school boards, from those local schools, because then they have to start adopting curriculum that meets those standards, and that's what has been created in here without the people having input whatsoever. Some very concerning materials into this resource bank with no public input whatsoever, just done by an appointed person appointing other people that he chose to appoint to develop all this curriculum. And now we have to adopt it right away because the standards are being implemented. This is very concerning. The least we can do is give the people the recourse to petition their government.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much, Representative Neville. This has been published for 2 years, so it seems to me that that's been quite a while to have this information out there. So you've had 2 years to comment, complain, talk about standards, and I'm sorry you didn't take those 2 years to do that, but it's been there for a while. Thanks.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The problem is we have 2 years, but if you actually go in and you look at the committee reports, there's no details. There's no public record like we have in this building where you can come back and actually watch what I'm saying. That's not in there. There's a quick report that the committee decided this, and that's it. And back then we voted on a bill that we thought was just a study to take a look at it. And now we're saying we're going to implement that study. Now is when we're actually implementing it and creating those new standards. Yet we haven't had a chance to look at it. We're just saying they did it. So let's just accept it. Nothing to see here. Even the bill just casually refers to it, even though what they came up with was over 100 pages of different standards and a bunch of resources. The bill doesn't actually completely lay that out in statute because we don't want to look into that too much. So no, we haven't had 2 years. When that bill was passed, it was just supposed to be a study. If we were truly to say we had 2 years to look at it, that bill would have been, let's do a study and then implement those recommendations after a public process. We've even tried amending this bill to allow the public to go more into it. But again, the public hasn't had any input. And I can't go back and look at what that committee did. I can't even look towards the elected official that committee should be responsible to because it's not responsible to an elected official. It's responsible to another appointed official. So we've abdicated our responsibility and given that to some sort of appointed committee who then has authority over the entire population of our school children in developing standards for them in media literacy. Local school boards didn't even have the ability to start giving input into this. They're looking at it now saying, well, the standards are being developed and well, I guess they're already done. This wasn't done in a judicious manner whatsoever. We didn't have 2 years. I can't think of a way we could have done it more in a dark, smoke-filled room than we did. We passed a bill, nothing to see here 2 years ago, let it go 2 years. And then all of a sudden we're now back here trying to do a quick 4-page bill referring to huge hundreds of pages of standards saying let's adopt it, we're going to recommend it. That's not a good way to get public input into some very important matters of actually developing curriculum to teach our children that is not going to be optional to the school districts when we are developing standards that they are going to be tested on, that they're going to be forced to adopt at some point. We've seen it time and time again. It's not going to be optional. I urge a yes vote on the amendment.
Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind us all of how we've spent the last 2 years. When you say we've had plenty of time, with all due respect, COVID has been our primary focus. This report that was provided to an appointed group of officials, journalists, former high school graduates, labeled as students, and I'd like to also remind everybody that this committee report was not put out until December of 2019. So no, we did not have 2 years. A quick perusal of the information from this committee will show you that the links to the audio are broken. A quick perusal of this study will show you the agenda and the meeting summaries in which there are no finite details sharing with the public what it is they might be a part of. Information is necessary to make good decisions. That is not there. So I would say please support Amendment L017.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the support that I've been hearing for letting the people of Colorado actually come back and have the ability to take some time and figure out exactly what we're working on here, that this report has been out. I understand from the sponsor that teachers are already potentially working on the curriculum, and that is why the safety clause would be necessary. But again, I will go ahead and read the last part of this. The act is necessary for the immediate preservation of public peace, health, or safety. I will submit to you that this bill is not necessary to preserve the public peace, health, or safety. Convenience is not one of the terms in the safety clause. Convenience is not one of the reasons that we should bypass the public and not let them have the opportunity to come back and petition the government if they so choose. The only reason we should have the safety clause is for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. Once again, I urge an aye vote on this amendment and ask that you support our constituents and our boss's ability to come back and tell us what they think about the actions we're taking here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I would argue in this august chamber that we overutilize the safety clause over and over and over again for political expediency.
Representative Holtorf.
And
That
this
is impugning
amendment-
motives.
Hey!
That is impugning motives. You'll speak to this bill and this amendment.
All right, Mr. Chair, I will speak to this amendment. And this bill, this particular amendment here is the petition clause. The petition clause, it is my opinion as a representative of the people, should be the preferred clause at the end of most every bill, unless three things and three criteria are mentioned that were mentioned earlier. Safety is the utmost consideration, in my humble opinion, in the safety clause. Therefore, the name, the safety clause. Now, I don't intend to impugn anything or anybody, but I will tell you right here, this is what should be on this particular bill. There is no doubt in my mind at this point that this is the right clause as we move forward with media literacy implementation to move forward on what resources are available for our K through 12 students that are not in harm's way or have any safety consideration whatsoever with regard to what this bill intends to do. Now, with that, Mr. Chair, I call division.
A division has been called. The question is the adoption of Amendment L17. A division has been requested. I will just quickly note for those participating remotely, you can do a show of hands here, but please make sure you keep your cameras on the entire time until we finish the proceedings of the division. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated and remain sitting. All those in favor of Amendment L17, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. Thank you. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment L17 is lost. We're back to the bill. Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I just wanted to come up here and renew my opposition to 1103 and to make sure that everyone understood that I will be a no on 1103. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
It's got to be standing.
Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since inference should receive clarification, I'd like to expand upon a few things that have been brought up so far today about HB 1103. First, I can easily say that no one in this room is afraid of the term media literacy. The common ground that we have here is that we do want students to think for themselves, that we do not want to teach them what to think. Another common ground that was mentioned in the media by the bill sponsors is that there isn't one group that is wrong and there isn't one group that is right, and that we do have to teach children to think critically. In fact, if I go online and I look at the different requirements from different places and spaces from kindergarten through college, there are a lot of different core media concepts available to us all. And one that I found in looking at this topic, I can easily agree with. There are 5 core common media literacy concepts from the Young African Leaders Initiative. I can totally agree that all media messages are constructed. I can also agree with you that media messages are constructed using a creative language using its own rules. I can also agree that different people experience the same media message differently. I can agree that media has embedded values and points of view. And I can agree that most media messages are organized to gain for profit or for power. Now, I can also agree with the report that was released in December of 2019 that came as a result of the prior legislation that came before Bill 1103. And in that report in Appendix A, page 23, it states very clearly, even without revision or modification, the information literacy skills strongly align with the precepts of effective media analysis that are outlined in the National Organization for Media Literacy Implementation for Practice. I'll repeat that again. From the committee report of December 19th, even without revision or modification, the information literacy skills at all in the Colorado Department of Education strongly align with the precepts of effective media analysis that are outlined in the National Association Media Literacy Implementation for Practice. So when it comes to this bill topic, I can trust in my experiences that the thousands of teachers who teach kindergarten through college in the state of Colorado have definitely gone to the Colorado Department of Education website to reference hundreds, and I mean hundreds and hundreds of lesson plans, rubrics, evaluations, work products, templates, and ideas that are already there to teach media literacy. And they're available on that website right this instant. Which brings me to a question that I do have for the bill sponsor. Are there objective criteria that identifies sources of information as quote-unquote sinister, as quoted in the Denver Post? And if so, how does the bill treat the veracity of those sources?
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to kind of take off from where my colleague Van Beber just left off. There's not just a general reason why there would be opposition to media literacy. Of course not. There is, of course, just the concern that one political worldview will be pressed through what this bill will create. That's been a concern from this state, from this nation, from its inception. The whole concept of individualism, of us all being created equal and being given our individual rights to our pursuit of happiness and our liberty, is reflected in the intent by our founders to have a small government, one that does not control our lives, that does not control our thinking, and does not raise our kids for us, and does not influence how they believe, but rather provides for them an education that will prepare them for self-reliance. This is also reflected, this sentiment of not having centralized control over what gets to our students is reflected in our Colorado State Constitution. So I will refer to Section 15, Article 9 of the Colorado State Constitution that talks about school boards. The whole idea of a school board is to push out to the local community the authority of instruction, the authority of materials, the authority for curricula. So it's very brief, and I'll read it. It says, the General Assembly, that's us, by law, provide for organization of school districts of convenient size, in each of which shall be established a Board of Education to consist of 3 or more directors to be elected by the qualified electors of the district. Said directors shall have control of instruction in the public schools of their respective districts. This is very informative in those tight couple of sentences there saying, the General Assembly establishes school districts, and then it's up to those school districts that are 178 of them to determine what will be instruction for their communities elected by those electors, by the people that live in those communities. In other words, it's not up to this body to be determining what is instruction for those students. That's up to those communities. It goes on in the very next section, section 16. One sentence, textbooks in schools. Constitution of Colorado. Neither the General Assembly, that's us, nor the State Board of Education shall have the power to prescribe textbooks to be used in the public schools. Neither the General Assembly nor the State Board of Education will have power to prescribe textbooks to be used in public schools. And I would contend that when this was written, the more digital literacy media was not quite as formed, but it would still apply there. This is reflective, this constitutional mandate, constitutional concepts are reflected in the Title 22, in the Colorado Revised Statutes for Education, under the section of school district boards, powers and duties. And I will cite it. It is section 22-32-109, B, item T, small t, that is, it is the authority of those school districts to determine the educational programs to be carried on in the schools of the district and to prescribe the textbooks for any course of instruction or study in such programs. So, the last thing I read in the state constitution uses that word prescribe. Neither the General Assembly nor the State Board of Education shall have the power to prescribe textbooks to be used in the public schools. And in statute, it says that to determine the educational programs to be carried on in the schools of the district and to prescribe the textbooks for any course of instruction or study in such programs. My dictionary on my computer says that the word prescribe is to recommend as something beneficial. And by the way, it gives an example. It says marriage is often prescribed as a universal remedy. So take that. But prescribe, to recommend. It is not up to this body by constitution or by statute to be making these recommendations. This is a wholly inappropriate bill. We should not be voting yes on this bill. We've had too many challenges, too many running right up to the Constitution and dancing around it and saying, I'm not violating it. We need to stop that behavior. We need to trust the people. We need to trust the founders who set us up to have distributed authority, to put authority where it belongs, out with the people. And the people, and by the way, it is also prescribed in our state statute and in our Constitution, reflected in the Constitution, that those school boards will meet regularly, openly, inviting the public to come and comment and to ask questions of their school board, because having that local control and local reflection of what's to be presented to their children, not the state's students, but to the parents' children, and for the sake of those taxpayers that are paying for it, they get to make such determinations. We are concerned that this bill is not what's being proposed of simply being critical thinking, but rather to assert a leftist worldview, which I would contend is a religious worldview. So I strongly recommend a no vote on 1103. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I referenced before, there's quite a bit about media literacy that we can all be on board with. Again, teaching students how to think, not what to think. And to be fair and balanced, as that is the topic and the very principle upon which this conversation is being had, I do want to give the bill sponsor the opportunity to respond to my earlier question, which is, are there objective criteria that identifies sources of information as quote-unquote sinister as quoted by you in the Denver Post? And if so, how does this bill treat the veracity of those sources?
Is there further discussion on the bill? Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's quite all right.
It's a newbie mistake, isn't it? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Another question that I would like to ask the bill sponsors is, as it has been quoted in the media, the purpose of this bill is to quote-unquote stop targeted disruption. I would like to know disruption of what? Please name what you believe discourse and dialogue is disrupted and that you haven't approved, and what of that discourse or dialogue do you not approve of?
Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know, right? Another question that I would like to ask the bill sponsors is that, as quoted in the media, you want a stable foundation of truth. My question to you is, whose truth? Is it your truth? Is it my truth? Is it a particular nonprofit's truth? A worldview truth? A national truth? An identity truth? Honestly, that seems to be about as divisive as anything when it comes to this particular topic. Another question that I have for the bill sponsor is, as quoted in the media, there is a need to filter information, quote unquote, filter information. So that would be another question I would ask the bill sponsor as well. I would like to ask the bill sponsor this following question. As stated in the media, it was written, wouldn't it be wonderful, so quote, wouldn't it be wonderful if we weren't arguing over facts, but rather debating solutions? I would say yes, yes it would. However, and this is the most important part, there is a fallacy in the logic here, and that there are more than one or two factors at play. The first is that there is an agenda to decide what truth is. And frankly, like Representative Hanks referred to earlier, this is simply almost Orwellian. Another question that I would have for the bill sponsor, or maybe a comment that I would like us all to take into consideration is, as I'm quoted in the media, quote, this is necessary because we have a crisis of confidence in our democracy, in our science, and that there's a public health emergency. And as a result, we must form a base of mutually agreed upon and verified facts, end quote. Which brings me back to the question, whose verifiable facts? What verifiable facts? From whom? And for what purpose?
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be brief. There's ways to determine what are facts. We don't want anyone, we're not telling anyone, we're not prescribing to anyone what facts are. We're suggesting that children need to understand how to corroborate that piece of information that they see coming across their phone a million miles an hour with tons of information every day. So we want them to have the tools to be able to look into those pieces of information. No one's making a judgment on those things. There's ways to corroborate factual information, look for good sources like Encyclopedia Britannica, which I would suggest to be a good old-fashioned resource, and determine whether something is reasonably thought to be true or not. So it's based on facts.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hope I got that one right.
You got it.
I think that what we just heard is exactly what many of us are very much opposed to in this bill, because it references that resource bank, and it is what's in the resource bank that gives us problems. That is not factual information in there. It has an awful lot of stuff which is extraordinarily biased, one-sided, and we could argue all day, and we may, about what some of those issues are in that resource bank. It is not factual. It is opinion, and an awful lot of it. and I'll go through some of that in detail. But it is so far off that I would suggest that it needs to be renamed Pravda the Rockies as opposed to the Resource Bank. Now, I'm told that some people don't quite get that reference, but those of us who are Cold War warriors can tell you who Pravda was, and that was the Ministry of Propaganda of that evil empire of the Soviet Union. Their Pravda was not Pravda, and what's in this resource bank goes right down in that line. And I'm going to suggest to you that if we throw the resource bank out and replace it with some pretty straightforward information such as the logical fallacies, we want to teach our children to be able to recognize what is opinion and what is factual. And the 10 common logical fallacies. Ad hominem, when someone attacks the person instead of the argument. Appeal to authority, when a statement is considered true because it's made by someone who is an authority on the topic. Appeal to ignorance, when a claim is considered true because it hasn't been disproven, even if it has been. Bandwagon fallacy, when a concept is considered true because lots of people believe it's true. Begging the question, when a statement is assumed true based on the statement itself. A loaded question, when a question contains the presumption of guilt. A non sequitur, when a statement's conclusion does not follow from its premise. A red herring, when someone diverts attention away from the topic to a new topic to throw you off and win the argument. A slippery slope, when it's assumed that a small step leads to a larger chain reaction of events resulting in a greater impact. A straw man, when someone ignores the argument and replaces it with a distorted or exaggerated version of that argument. These are all common fallacies used in an awful lot of our media stuff. And if you want to read a whole list of these every single day, all you need to do is open up the Communist News Network, the LA Slimes, or the Washington Compost. An awful lot has ended in this resource bank, and what's in the resource bank is what has us concerned, because there is so much in there that is flat, not true, and follows every one of these. And I'll talk about one in particular. One in particular that I have studied over several decades, and that's going to be the issue of climate change. And the climate change argument is in this resource bank, and what's in this resource bank is enormously egregious and has a presentation built on there which follows half of these logical fallacies. It has a presentation in there that talks about the NASA and what their recommendations and stuff is, and they're the authority, appeal to authority. And they put the counter argument is a singer. Well, it's an ad hominem attack and appeal to ignorance. And it was the whole thing bandwagon fallacy, when 98% of the scientists, supposedly, agree with the premise of anthropogenic global warming or climate change or whatever the change is this week. And they change it every year based upon whatever the climate is actually doing. As I say, I've been reading that for over 2 decades. Why? Well, some of you know I used to be a sailor. I went to sea, and I've read the meteorological reports. I was trained in meteorology. I was trained in oceanography. I was trained in space weather, all of those things, and a practitioner of the art. But a lot of the climate change argument is based upon predictions, based upon theoretical models, and that's where that whole argument falls apart, and it is what is in that resource exchange. If you throw the resource exchange out, maybe we can have a conversation. That amendment has already been voted down, so I won't go down that path again. But let me give you just a couple of examples. Predictions based upon theoretical models have not proven to be the case, nor are 98% of the scientists in favor of it. In fact, it's a lot closer to even. Over 10,000 scientists have signed declarations and letters and proclamations in opposition to the whole theory of anthropogenic global warming, and approximately the same number on the other side. Now, the victims of Common Core may fall for the idea that even numbers are 98%, but I think most of us know what that's really the case. And I'll give you an example of just how far off the predictions are. When I was crossing the Atlantic on one voyage, we had the forecast given to us by predictions based upon meteorological models. And they gave us the weather fairly clear, light to scattered, modest seas. And we radio back, well, no, we're in a category 2 cyclone. And the carrier was going underwater. The flight deck submerged. And if you want to have an idea of just what that means, go up to the gallery and take a look out the window and look how far down that ground is, and imagine that much ship is underwater. It's supposed to be above water. And you look out the window and you're not looking at the sky, you're looking at a shark looking in, licking his chops. And that's what gave me a healthy skepticism. And why would I have been trained in meteorology? Because I was a flight officer. I know a couple other pilots out here. And you go out through and you go instrument training, you are trained in meteorology. And that's based on a very fundamental principle. And when the pilot makes a mistake, the pilot dies. When the meteorologist makes a mistake, the pilot dies. And so it's up to us to understand what that is. And I'm a meteorologist, not certified as a weather forecaster, but certainly enough to be able to read and make those judgments. The presentation that's in that media bank, or in that resource bank, references NASA, National Aeronautics Space Administration, the Goddard Institute of Space Sciences. And they provide an awful lot of that climate predictions. And they're the ones who started the prediction and the estimate of catastrophic anthropogenic global warming, as opposed to natural climate change and all the different things. And I focused on that not because I'm all encompassed about climate change, but because it's been the rationale for an extraordinary amount of policy decisions. I won't go into that, just how bad some of those policy ideas are, but that's the basis of it. So over 100 climate models now have come out, and the NASA one initially came out in 1979 and gave the predictions, and that was a reversal from the previous climate predictions that said we're going in a little ice age. And that document is in the resource bank, disproving that we had ever had that issue, that the climate scientists had ever predicted that we're going to an ice age. Well, in fact, that is in the record. That is in the public record. We've got those statements, those studies, and the resource bank tries to say that that's false. And it isn't. It's factual. So what is in that resource bank is reference to the NASA. And I'm going to reference NASA numbers here because their own numbers disprove their own theory. NASA put out in 1979 predictions based upon 3 different scenarios. One scenario was that we just did business as usual, produced oil and gas and coal just as we went on before. They did another prediction, scenario B, was if we cracked down on that and reduced and had no more oil and gas production. And scenario C was that we zeroed out all carbon immediately by 1980, and then that would have a flattened climate prediction. Well, ladies and gentlemen, 40 years later, scenario C is where the actual temperatures have gone, where the actual climate has been based upon NASA's own numbers. The very same agency that gave us those catastrophic predictions is the one that has tracked and shown us the numbers. They're invalid. But you don't hear that. None of you know that. Another study took a look at over 100 different climate predictions, and they range everywhere from mild to extreme predictions. Only one of those is at the high end of that spectrum, predicting a 6-degree rise by the end of this century, 2100. And I'll call that the 6-degree scenario. But most of those climate predictions don't track with that. That's the most extreme end. but the 6-degree scenario is what you hear and what everybody is basing an awful lot of their climate action plans on. 98% of those climate predictions, your own scientists disagree with that 6-degree scenario. And a lot of those scientists are now coming back and saying, don't do that. That's not in the resource bank. The fact that 98% of your own scientists disagree with that 6-degree scenario. There's only 2 of those predictions came anywhere close to predicting exactly what has occurred over the last 40 years. And they showed the last 20 years has been almost flat, very mild warming conditions. And in fact, had we not had an El Nino for the last couple of years, which is now on the other side, a La Nina, that temperature gradient would have been negative. You don't hear
Representative
that.
Pico, excuse me just a moment. I recognize that you're speaking to contents of the literacy bank, and that's valid, but you're drifting just a little bit. So if you could bring it back to why you're opposing the bill, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason is because that's what's in the literacy bank. What's in the literacy bank is a climate presentation that discredits any opposition to that anthropogenic global warming or climate change. It discredits it. The presentation and the source material that's in there uses an ad hominem attack against the individual that disagreed with it. It uses an appeal to authority, appeal to ignorance, bandwagon fallacies, a straw man. Half of these logical fallacies are in the presentation that's in the resource bank. That's what's wrong with this thing. We throw the resource bank out there, and I think some of us will probably fold our tents and stop fighting. But you're not. You already voted that one down. So I ask you, at what point are you willing to take a look at what you have in that resource bank? At what point are you going to open that up? You've already voted it down. Where are you going to go with this? The whole issue of climate change is based on theoretical models that have failed in the real world. The NASA numbers is what's referenced in that resource exchange, and the NASA own data disproves their predictions. Some of you may not realize this, but they put out there, and you can see every month they have the monthly data, and I have had that bookmarked for over 20 years. And take a look at that once a month and see, hey, what is up? What's the latest? And we hear this all the time about, hey, we already see all the effects of climate change. But you take a look at NASA's own numbers, and they report by hemisphere, and they report by North America. And the North American numbers have been flat. They have, in fact, been declining for 4 out of the last 5 years. But you don't hear that. That's not what's in the resource exchange. What's in the resource exchange is the other predictions that NASA put on, and that NASA's own numbers in there. And so at what point do you look at what's in the resource exchange and realize that it is biased, it is not logical, it is false, it is in fact the very disinformation, dishonest disinformation and misinformation that the whole media literacy effort is designed to trying to teach our kids. Throw it out. Throw that resource exchange out. Put the logical fallacies in. Teach our kids to watch for this in the news. Be able to read this data and not be suckered into what's in that resource exchange. The resource exchange is not teaching our kids how to think. What's in the resource exchange is flat out indoctrination. It's propaganda, and it deserves to be voted down. Thank you.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's been some compelling testimony here. In fact, I was very, very struck by Representative Baisley's reading of the Constitution, and I had to ask a quick question on it, and I think it bears coming back to Article 9, Section 15, and Section 16 were written in 1876. They were effective August 1, 1876. So that's about about when the state was founded, I believe. Thank God for our founding fathers and the wisdom they had, and frankly, thank God for the Colorado's founders. They were pretty wise too. I just want to go over Article 9, Section 16. It's one paragraph or one sentence. Textbooks in public schools. Neither the General Assembly nor the State Board of Education shall have power to prescribe textbooks to be used in public schools. Well, they called them books back then in 1876, but now we're calling it a resource bank or a literacy bank, and I think they're the same thing, and I think we have to follow the Constitution on this. Apparently the testimony isn't really turning the numbers here in this chamber, and that's maybe that's to be expected, but I would say to the citizens watching this, don't let your books be determined by the General Assembly or by any body of government, frankly. And thank God for the smart people in 1876 that codified that, and thank God for term limits and part-time legislatures too. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, I want to express my appreciation to the bill sponsor in taking some of the amendments. That is greatly appreciated. But I also want to make clear why I think this bill should be voted down. It is a step on the path of a role of government that is contrary to our history, our Constitution. It is contrary to the learned experience of when we survey history. Representative Pico talked about having lived through the Cold War. Well, that's an era that I spent most of my adulthood with. And when you, the required reading in high school was 1984. The required reading in high school was Kafka. Why? Because we were living in a time where we were seeing what happened when the government takes a role in dictating what is determined to be truth or fact. That is enormously dangerous. And let me just touch upon a few areas where we have rejected this idea in our most fundamental documents and in so many court cases. Our First Amendment, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of religion, all of that is content neutral. What do I mean by that? When we have a gathering protesting for or against something, the government doesn't get to take a position saying, we agree with this view and against that view. Whatever restrictions they put on time, place, and manner must be exactly the same. The government doesn't get to decide what is acceptable speech and unacceptable speech. The government doesn't get to decide matters of individual conscience, which is why we have both freedom of religion, but also a clause that prohibits the government from saying government establishment of religion. Our freedom of conscience, which has been, quite frankly, somewhat unique in the history of the world, says the government has no role in what you choose to believe or not believe as a matter of faith, or if you are an atheist. None of the government's business. And part and parcel of that has always been a reluctance for the government to get involved in running a news operation. because of the fear that the government, inevitably, human nature being what it is, would start pushing their view of policy and fact instead of leaving it to the individual journalists and competing organizations on what they presented. And so when we take a step on media literacy that goes to the heart of what has been historically in our country a matter for journalists, individuals, organizations separate from government to report on what they believe the news is, or people expressing their opinions on a range of subjects. That the government, we have always in this country thus far said, the government doesn't get to say to this pundit, I agree with you, but this pundit is wrong. Or this scientist is right, and that scientist is wrong. Right? And so that is why this bill is generating the kind of response you see on my side of the aisle. In our view, this is a dangerous step in the wrong direction. It is a step where, in matters of media, whether it's social or otherwise, where you are giving government a role in saying, this is truth, but that is not. This is fact, but that is not. Another required reading when I was growing up, and this name probably doesn't mean anything to most of you. John Stuart Mill, On Liberty. When you come to First Amendment, he's the man. He laid out the theoretical argument examining world history and the weaknesses in human nature when you combine it with power, and inevitably the patterns of behavior that result. And you see it over and over again. And the only way that doesn't happen is if you build institutional safeguards to prevent that, which is what we have attempted to do in this country. We have been blessed with so many wonderful Supreme Court justices, men of great wisdom, but I'm just going to cite one particular quote from the Supreme Court, which struck down a mandatory requirement, which was really coerced speech, saying the government has decided this is truth and you will acknowledge it as truth. Here's the quote. If there is any fixed star in our constitutional constellation, it is that no official, high or petty, can prescribe what shall be orthodox in politics, nationalism, religion, or other matters of opinion. And as a final note, members, and of course I love history, but when we had the wave of populism in this country in the early 1900s, you may not know that Nebraska is one of the remaining complete public power states. And in that wave of populism, there was a great rejection of private corporations and their abuse of power and their price gouging. And you had the Grange movement and the farmers and ranchers revolting against the railroads and their monopoly power and their price gouging. And so you had that great wave of populism, and some of that ebbed and flowed throughout the years. But in our system, just like we don't dictate political orthodoxy, just like we don't dictate religious orthodoxy. We didn't dictate economic orthodoxy. That was left to every generation to decide on their own, meeting the needs and issues of the day. Our system sets up a structure to preserve freedom, to try and keep government in their lane. Our three branches to challenge when the two elected branches go a little bit too far in the executive and legislative, and hopefully the courts, as the protectors of our constitutional structure and our system of government, will keep us from going too far afield, either to the left or the right, going into the ditch. But every generation should be able to confront the issues of their day with that freedom and openness, which you do not get if you allow government orthodoxy to creep in, like kudzu, restricting our freedom of thought, restricting our ability to think creatively about issues, to publish, to speak, to bring forward a new idea, however much it is initially rejected as radical or dissenting or not in line with popular ideas or accepted ideas. Now you're thinking, my gosh, we're doing all that in this little 4-page bill. My gosh, it's the destruction of civilization. No, members, not so much that. But a step in the wrong direction because it reflects a thinking, a thought process, which I believe takes us down that road. That somehow government can decide, for purposes of media literacy, what is right and what is wrong, what is true and what is not true. Let's have some faith in our fellow citizens to be able to sort this out. And so with that, I ask for a no vote on this bill.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I've joined this august body, I've kind of done a little demographic work, and I realize I'm not as old as some, but older than quite a few. I am perhaps a bit of a Luddite in the preference to hard copy, hard text. It's easier to read for me, but the point really is it's also cast in stone, in ink, on paper. Can't be changed. It can be evaluated for years. It can be discredited over time. It can advance other arguments. And where I think that has an advantage over the electronic age is the electronic age has the ability to be amended as quick as a guy can get on the website and start typing in a change to the data. I've seen that before on Wikipedia, and I found that a little troubling to have a what you thought was, well, and you have to take a snapshot of it in a hard copy, and now you're comparing two sources from the same source, Wikipedia from yesterday and Wikipedia from today. I want to ask the bill sponsors if they might respond. Are you comfortable with a source, a resource being in this bank that is so malleable, so fundamentally susceptible to being forged, altered, and changed to fit the history of those who are writing it at the moment? I appreciate the response. Thank you.
Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I appreciate your indulgence. I move L011 and ask that it be properly displayed.
The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so, members, what this does is, when we had previous discussion on there, we were trying to get to a place where we could ensure that the public had a voice to weigh in on the resource bank specifically. And so that wasn't in the bill. The amendment that I offered before, I did withdraw. I have since tweaked it a little bit and worked it. And so this, I think, is a mechanism that gets us to that point. You'll notice that the word in line 4, if necessary, or the words, I should say, if necessary, I do not believe that that will have a fiscal impact, and therefore require a fiscal note on the bill, which I think we're all interested in trying to avoid. And so I do ask for a yes vote. This does bring in the public process to weigh in specifically and make comments specifically about what is in the resource bank in order to include or to exclude or to just to make the recommendations so that it is not that static resource bank that I think some of us have that concern with. Because what we see today may not necessarily be what we see tomorrow, or what we agree with today may not be what we agree with tomorrow. We don't know. But I think this gets us to a place where the public has that ability to go ahead and engage to make sure that it's not just this static bank. So I would urge a yes vote on L011.
Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Representative Geithner. I'm glad we were able to work together and come to something that made you more comfortable with it. So I urge a yes vote.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L11. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1103 as amended. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? Aye. The ayes have it, and the bill is passed. The ayes have it, and the bill is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to House Bill 1147.
House Bill 1147 by Representatives Valdez, D. and Van Winkle, also Senators Hansen and Simpson, concerning simplification of the regulatory requirements for continuing education of professional architects.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I move House Bill 1147, and there was no committee report.
Representative Valdez to the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, to the bill, there is no committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a good bill, and I ask for your support, which in House Bill 1147, it removes the record-keeping requirement for architects that is purely bureaucratic in nature, and architects don't submit records to DORA unless requested. And with that, present this bill with my good colleague, Representative Van Winkle.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is a good bill. It's a good housekeeping procedural bill that, cuts some red tape for Colorado's great architects who work very hard to keep up their health and safety standards and do annual upkeep on their licenses. But what this bill does is it simply strikes something that's in our rules that frankly, it's not in any other state's rules, and it doesn't really serve any purpose whatsoever. So I ask for a yes vote. Let's clean up these statutes and cut some red tape for our Colorado architects.
Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the sponsors. In reading through the bill, I just want to ask, is this structurally sound?
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is perhaps the most structurally sound bill of my career down here. As you may know, my father, who I'm very proud of, has been a licensed architect for 45 years, and checking with him on this bill, it is very structurally sound. So thank you, Representative. And
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I urge a yes vote on this bill. This bill really raises the roof.
Does anyone else want to embarrass themselves on the floor of the House of Representatives today? Sure, Representative Neville.
You know, sometimes members, people ask me, who did Noah hire to build a boat? Well, of course, an architect. So again, I encourage a yes vote on this bill.
Seeing no further discussion, is there any further discussion on House Bill 1147? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1147. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. House Bill 1147 is adopted. That brings us to House Bill 12. I don't have the calendar for me. 1204. House Bill 1204, Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And really, it's a pleasure
I'm sorry,
to
Mr.
serve.
Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1204.
House Bill 1204 by Representative Snyder, also Senators Holbert and Janal, concerning the treatment of a marijuana licensed owned business that provides employment services to a commonly controlled marijuana business as a single employing unit.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1204.
To the bill.
Thank you. So, folks, this is, we probably should have 3x5 cards made, because this is another bill that went through the Senate last year and died on the calendar here in the House. And so even though the title and the description has the word marijuana, you won't find the word marijuana or cannabis in this bill at all, because this is really an unemployment insurance bill. So real briefly, as you know, since 2000 for medical and now 2012 for recreational, we have a burgeoning and thriving cannabis industry here in Colorado. However, because of federal restrictions and other reasons, many employees are not able to avail themselves of financial services, like getting a loan, a car loan, a mortgage, a refinance, and it's been a real problem. So what they've done in this industry, and there's about 40,000 people employed in this industry now, they have created kind of a common paymaster approach. So they actually get paid by a third party so that they can avail themselves of financial services. However, that runs against a prohibition with the Unemployment Insurance Division. So they were gracious at Unemployment Insurance to allow us time to come up with a legislative fix, and that's what 1204 is. So it maintains the current common paymaster model, but makes sure that each of the applicants, all of the employees, are treated as employees of that particular company. So it's an easy fix. It's taken a long time to get there, and I ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion on House Bill 1204. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1204. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. House Bill 1204 is adopted.
Thank you.
Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1120. I'm sorry, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1129 to Monday, March 22nd.
At the request of the Majority Leader, the House Bill 1129 will be laid over till Monday. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1165.
House Bill 1165 by Representatives Carver and Duran, also Senators Gardner and Lee, concerning assistance for victims of strangulation who receive medical examinations.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 21-1165. There is no committee report.
To the bill, please.
Mr. Chair,
go ahead.
this bill does one thing, but it's very important for victims of strangulation, which occur in about 25% of domestic violence cases and a significant percentage of sexual assault. Right now, the kind of forensic exam that needs to be done to determine the extent of harm many times is a financial barrier for the victims of strangulation. This simply makes them eligible to have this cost paid for by the Victims' Compensation Fund, which is an existing fund, and I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Representative Carver said, this is an extremely important bill. This kind of assistance is a lifeline for most domestic violence survivors when they should be focusing on their recovery and not how they're going to pay for their services, and I ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1165? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1165. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. House Bill 1165 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come to order. Mr. Gregorio, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report is under consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof and makes the following recommendations hereon. House Bill 21-1103 is amended. House Bill 1109 is amended. House Bill 1117 is amended. House Bill 1147, House Bill 1165, House Bill 1204. Passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1129 laid over until 3/22/2021, retaining their place on the calendar.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House adopt the report of the Committee of the Whole.
You have heard the motion. There are amendments at the desk. Mr. Gregorio, please read the ransom amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Ransom moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following ransom amendment, L17, to House Bill 21-1103 to show that said amendment passed and House Bill 21-1103 is amended passed.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the ransom amendment to the Committee of the Whole, urge an aye vote, and ask that we allow the citizens to speak up.
Thank you, Representative Ransom. That has been properly moved and displayed. Is there further discussion on the ransom amendment? Seeing none. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members proceed to vote on the ransom amendment to the Committee of the Whole. Okay, those participating remotely. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sandridge votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ricks votes no. Representative McCluskey, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McCluskey votes no. Representative Arndt, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Arndt votes no. Representative Exum, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Exum votes no. Representative Michelson-Janae, how do you vote?
Michelson-Janae, how do you vote? No.
Representative Michelson-Janae votes no. Representative Rich, how do you vote?
votes no. Representative Rich.
Sorry, Representative Rich, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Rich votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Judah, how do you vote? Representative Judah is excused. Representative Tipper and Representative Baisley. Representative Baisley is excused. Representative Williams is excused. Please. It's up to the speaker. Please close the machine. With 21 aye votes, 37 no votes, and 7 excused, House Bill 1103, or the ransom amendment to the Committee of the Whole, is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to the Lynch amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Lynch moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Lynch amendment, L16, to House Bill 21-1103 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 21-1103 is amended passed.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Lynch amendment.
It has been properly moved and it is displayed. Any further discussion, Representative Lynch?
This doesn't substantially change this bill, but by you not voting for this amendment, what you're telling your constituents is that you do not want them to have direct control over this media. So I would encourage you to think long and hard about this before you vote no. I would encourage a yes vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the Lynch amendment to the Committee of the Whole? Seeing none, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Sandridge votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ricks votes no. Representative McCluskey, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McCluskey votes no. Representative Arndt, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Arndt votes no. Representative Exum, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Exum votes no. Representative Rich, I'm sorry, I'm going a little bit out of order. Sorry about that. But Representative Rich, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Rich votes yes. Representative Michelson-Janae, how do you vote?
Michelson-Janae, how do you vote? No.
Representative Michelson-Janae votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote? Sorry, Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Please close the machine. With 21 aye votes, 37 no votes, and 7 excused, the Lynch amendment to the Committee of the Whole is lost. That brings us to the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Sandridge, how do you vote?
This is on the Committee of the Whole?
Yes, sir. It's on the Committee of the Whole report.
No.
Representative Sandridge votes no. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative McCluskey, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McCluskey votes yes. Representative Arndt, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Arndt votes yes. Representative Exum, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Exum votes yes. Representative Rich, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Rich votes no. Representative Michelson-Janae, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Michelson-Janae votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 37 aye votes, 21 no votes, and 7 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. That brings us back to announcements and introductions. Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is the 452nd Friday since my son Alex was murdered in the Aurora Theater massacre, along with Gordon Cowden and 10 others. The state of Colorado had 62 incidents of gun violence during the month of February that included 26 deaths and 33 injuries. The health crisis that is gun violence continues, and we must take a stand. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Sullivan. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've received permission to be excused next Wednesday, the 24th.
Permission is granted. Thank you, Representative Carver. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if anyone's looking for some good meat tomorrow, come out to Eastern Plains. We're going to have barbecues going on all across House District 65, 64. There's probably some in the city too, so 46. All right. Enjoy.
Great. Representative Michelson-Janae.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee, we will not be meeting today. I'll see you next Tuesday for a full schedule.
Representative Geithner. Representative Snyder, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to all of my colleagues for getting us closed today, because today is the 26th wedding anniversary of my wife, Kelly, and I. And you've given me enough time to get home and cook a wonderful steak and lobster dinner. So thank you.
Hear, hear. Congratulations, Representative Snyder. Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so, members, in House District 19, we're actually having 2 barbecues. We're doing the first one in Calhan. That's actually going to be at the El Paso County Fairgrounds. I'm partnering with Senator Heisey and Commissioner Geithner at that event. That one is a free one. And then we're doing another event in Monument at 4 o'clock. So the one in Calhan's at 12. The other one is in Monument. That's going to be at 4 p.m. And I'm working with Senator Lundeen and Mayor Don Wilson on that one. So 2 events in House District 19 because, yeah, we lead the way. So thank you.
Representative Valdez. D. Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And also in House District 62, we're having a barbecue with Burned Out Barbecue and Woody's Barbecue Shack in Alamosa. Thank you.
Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, two quick things. Number one, we are having a rancher appreciation dinner tomorrow night in Mesa County with Representative Rich and Senator Scott and myself at the Mesa County Fairgrounds. But the second more important thing that I just want to announce to this body is that one of the icons in Colorado's orcharding business had recently passed away, Harry Talbot. Harry Talbot was 86 years old, but he pretty much put the Palisade peach on the map. And he's the one who pushed really hard for preserving land in Palisade to ensure that the orchard business would continue on for generations. He had served our nation in the military before coming back. Connection to Delta County, he married a woman from Delta County, so Delta County always gets in there as well. But he also became a personal friend of mine and a mentor, someone that I would meet with regularly. I had the opportunity last year to go out to his packing shed. He was really proud. He said, "Matt, I want you to come out and visit me," because he said, "We got a new vat." And I said, "Harry, I didn't think you believed in drinking." He said, "Well, I don't, but my grandkids wanted to change the business from just being peaches and apples and grapes, and they want to go into the fermenting business." So we walk in, and he said, "Yeah, she was made in Germany," looking at this giant vat. And he said, "I'm of the opinion that we'll sell whatever the consumers want to buy." He was that type of individual. He loved his community, he loved Western Colorado, and most importantly, he loved growing the famous Palisade peach. So please, members, I send our condolences to the family, but certainly think of him whenever you have a Palisade peach in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Soper. Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say that I have been given permission to be excused on Wednesday, March 24th. Thank you.
Great. Permission granted. Representative Lynch and Representative Bockenfeld. No, just Representative
Thank you, Mr.
Lynch.
Speaker. Not to be outdone by other districts, House District 49 has has two events going on. One at the Double Check arena in Eaton. That's part of the district, and also another one in Windsor. But not only did the governor become the #1 beef salesman yesterday, but he also became a great fundraiser, as these events have turned into fundraisers. So everybody enjoy their Saturday, and thank you.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Members, if you're hungry tomorrow, come out to the I-70 corridor. I represent Eastern Arapahoe and Eastern Adams County. We're going to have two barbecues, beef barbecues. One on the Adams County side, it will be at the Four Rivers John Deere Equipment Company, and one on the Arapahoe side at Wolf Creek Ranch on the Arapahoe County side. Come on out. We look forward to it.
Further announcements and introductions. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House District 47 will also have a slew of meat meals tomorrow. One of the reasons I seem to not be eating today, so that I can partake in the various ones. No, in all seriousness, it's been quite a week. There's been some hard conversations, both within my caucus that I've had with my caucus, and that I have had with Majority Caucus. And what I love about us as people is the ability to have those hard conversations, and the truth of my affirmation to not in any way be shaken. So we can indeed still believe, and it is fundamentally true. I think everyone in this body can agree that this statement is fundamentally true, that each of you are loved, amazing, inherently worthy, and absolutely adored. And I will say that I can't wait to see you again soon. Thank you.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess doing announcements this weekend in my district, we'll be doing our third pop-up equity vaccine site at Regis University. I actually share that district with Representative Madam Speaker Pro Tem Benavides. So we'll be there on Saturday and Sunday, and we have so far vaccinated 1,600 people in House District 4 in my community. This will be another 1,000 vaccines over this course of this weekend, and these are very important to me, really, because this is about making sure that we're rolling out vaccines in an equitable manner. And if anyone would like to volunteer, we're always looking for volunteers, so let me know if you're interested. It's actually a really fun time being able to volunteer at these sites. Thank you.
Any further announcements and introductions? Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, thank you so much for your work today. I also just want to remind you that if you don't feel like leaving yet, at 1:30 in the Old State Library, we will have our March quarterly revenue forecast. You can also tune in on WebEx as well to hear that. This will be, those of you who are new here, this will be the forecast that the final General Assembly budget will be based off of, so it's kind of interesting and fun to go and listen. If you'd like to, that's at 1:30. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House stand in recess until later today, and happy Friday.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in recess until later today.